Wherever you scroll. Good afternoon, Melissa Brown with ABC News. Hundreds of firefighters and farmers are rallying in Premier Jacinta Allen's electorate of Bendigo, angry over the state government's emergency services tax. Some protesters have chanted "Ditch the Witch," and a song appeared to play around the slogan, which was last week condemned as sexist by both sides of politics. Opposition leader Jess Wilson and Shadow Minister for Emergency Services Danny O'Brien are attending the rally. CFA firefighter Chris Cook is from Pylong in central Victoria and says it's unfair to tax farmers who fight the fires as volunteers.
They're running businesses and that tax is substantial, and I think it's just the ethical thing too, in terms of a pro rata charging the people fighting the fires an inordinate amount in tax, compared with people, I guess, in cities who are paying a lot less.
The Victorian government says every dollar raised by the levy is invested back into the emergency services to help keep Victorians safe. The Western Australian Attorney-General has described the fatal shooting of a 9-year-old Perth girl in Pakistan as a tragic situation. Local media says the girl's family was robbed while visiting Pakistan's Punjab province on Wednesday. The family drove away, but police allegedly mistook their car for the suspects and opened fire. 9-year-old Hania Ahmed was killed and her father and brother were injured. Tony Booty says the government will provide support for those affected.
Just want to let the Pakistani community of West Australia and their family of the deceased that the WA government are with them and will provide whatever support they can. And I believe that the Commonwealth Government, Department of Foreign Affairs, will of course provide the necessary consulate support in Pakistan.
It's unclear when a deal between Iran and the United States will be signed, as both sides signal an agreement is close. Ali Crew reports.
US President Donald Trump has taken to social media to declare a deal will be signed with Iran today and the Strait of Hormuz will be immediately reopened. Mr. Trump says he wants the process to go smoothly, but says if it doesn't, we have the ultimate alternative, hopefully to be never used again. It comes after Iran's foreign ministry confirmed a peace deal will be signed soon, but downplayed the chances of it being signed today. Meanwhile, fighting in Lebanon is continuing, with a number of people reportedly killed in Israeli strikes. Tehran had earlier made a ceasefire in Lebanon and an Israeli withdrawal from the country a condition of reaching an agreement with Washington.
Shadow Home Affairs Minister Jono Daniam says he has no regrets about retiring from politics to prioritise his family. Senator Daniam made the surprise announcement this morning, calling time on his 10-year career in federal politics. The Tasmanian senator is widely considered to be one of the Liberal Party's best performers. He says he knows he's leaving at a challenging time for the party, but his political career has taken its toll on his family.
Only last night, as I was reading Diary of a Wimpy Kid to my 11-year-old son, it made absolute sense that I was making this decision. I have no regrets about pulling up stumps and paving the way for someone else to take on the challenge of restoring the trust that we sadly have lost over the last 2 elections.
A Sydney surf lifesaver who rescued a woman attacked by a shark has described the size of the animal. 25-year-old Charlie Verco was board paddling at Coogee Beach when he heard screams and rushed towards the swimmer. He says it was the biggest shark he's ever seen.
When it grabbed her, I was pretty panicked, obviously. Kept heading over towards her, but didn't really know what I should do. And the shark surfaced out of the water, and just the size of it was really shocking to me. And that was when I was really going, I don't think I can do anything right now, just because it was so big and powerful.
Football fans are preparing to head into Melbourne's CBD to watch as the Socceroos begin their World Cup campaign against Tokyo this afternoon. Costa Haratos is at Fed Square.
The Socceroos may be 13,000 kilometres away, but dedicated football fans have braved Melbourne's cold weather to watch the game on the big screen at Federation Square. Fans dressed in green and gold, along with Turkish fans in red, have been lining up to enter the cordoned-off area. There is a visible security presence, and organisers say they will not tolerate any antisocial behaviour. Last month, Fed Square announced it would no longer hold public screenings because of previous poor crowd behaviour. The Premier, Jacinta Allen, overturned the decision.
Scotland holds a 1-0 lead over Haiti at half-time in their World Cup clash in Boston. It's Scotland's first appearance at a World Cup since 1998, and Haiti has had to wait 52 years. To the weather, partly cloudy around the state with showers becoming isolated and clearing later. A top of 15 in Melbourne. It's 13 degrees now.
The biggest stars in the women's game
Harmanpreet Kaur launches this all the way for 6.
are lighting up your winter nights.
Down the track comes Mooney. Cover drives to the boundary.
As ABC Sport brings you the ICC Women's T20 World Cup.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield. And it's not just a win, it's a statement by Australia.
Every game live and uninterrupted on ABC Listen. Just look for the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Sunday. AFL Sunday. On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Round 14 of AFL Sunday, the third week of the buys and another Saturday night thriller. The Swans come from behind for the second week in a row at the Death to stay on the heels of Fremantle at the top of the ladder, while Port Adelaide suffer a fifth loss by 3 points or less.
So Jones looking for a target. Horne-Francis is flying. And Sweet is marking. Marks 30 out, directly in front. He's rushing back to take his kick. In comes Jordan Sweet. Pumps it straight over the goal up high as hard. There's still time. How sweet it would be. 35 seconds left in this one.
Chad Warner gets it to Cleary. Kicks up the half forward. It's now or never. Aaliyah commits with a fist. Couldn't quite get the contact. Evans punched in the tackle. The Swans are going to survive. Sydney holds on and gets through the power shock.
North Melbourne head home from Perth on a winning note after the previous thrashing from Fremantle the week before, escaping against the West Coast Eagles after Jake Waterman missed this shot with 1:23 remaining.
Now Curtis tackled by Yo. Umpire says play on. Baker pops it inside forward 50. And there's Jake Waterman. All on his own. He's 30 metres out. He's directly in front. I think for someone who's had a bit of kicking yips, perhaps not the set shot he wants right now. He's kicked 3, Jake Waterman. This to put West Coast in front. From directly in front, he hits the post. Oh, Jake, it's been that kind of season in front of goal for the Eagles spearhead. It's a 1-point ball game, North Melbourne lead. We're into the 28th minute of the final term. Kicks back towards centre wing. North Melbourne hang on to win by a point. A 125-point turnaround from last week. And they'll take 4 points and $2.5 million out of WA.
And Melbourne exercise their gather-round demons with a revenge win over the Bombers to sit at 4th spot on the ladder with 9 wins and 5 losses. Is Stephen King the story of the season, and who is now the favourite to coach the Bombers?
Run half forward here for the D's. Neither ruck touches it this time. Free kick to Gawn. Illegally kept out of it by Bryan.
Oh,
Max. As Max Gawn loads up from 55 and drives it home. Maximum distance from Big Max. And these D's are growing before our very eyes. They flip the script from gather round and win by 45 points against Essendon.
Hello and welcome to AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch with you. We're all in countdown for the big game this afternoon. St Kilda taking on GWS. No, the Socceroos in action against Turkey. We'll keep you across both on ABC Sport. We kick off proceedings. Richmond taking on the Brisbane Lions from Hobart, and St Kilda and the Giants from Docklands. Close out the weekend's footy. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. Let us know your highlights from the round of footy. It can be something obvious. It can be something left of centre. Cameron Ling is off today, so I'm very excited to say from ABC 774 Melbourne. You can hear him in breakfast, of course. He is a Western Bulldogs Hall of Famer. Bob Murphy is with you on a Sunday. Welcome to you, Bob.
Hello, Clinchy. Nice to be in your company and looking forward to a huge day of sport. It's just popping off everywhere.
Now, in your day job, you were out on the tan of Melbourne, sort of chatting to people around their excitement levels for the Socceroos, and I did see you were trying to change a bit of the Aussie, oi, oi, oi. How did you go with that?
Look, it's a work in progress, I think. I think it would be fair to say that, look, here's the thing. Aussie, oi, oi, oi. It's pretty cringy. I think the bar is pretty low.
Yep.
So I've come up with an alternative. It's just, it's an opening bet, I suppose. So here's my rule of thumb. If you want to criticise my chant, and I'll just give you a little taste of it here, and it's, as I said, it's still in the demo phase, but here's basically how it goes. We beat them, beat yous. We are the Socceroos. That's kind of the second verse at the moment is we won, your twos, we are the Socceroos. So that's... But look, I know it's not exactly, it's not Blowing in the Wind, or it's not Hey Jude. It's not, it's not in that.
It's not Never Tear Us Apart, but it's got some areas to build
that
in.
level of class. But look, I'm open to criticism, but come with a solution. You know? Like if you think you can add something to it to make it a bit better, by all means.
0437 774 774 is the SMS number. I'm a little concerned what happens if we don't score and what happens if we don't win, but that's working.
That's pessimistic view that is not welcome in the Socceroos camp, Clinchy.
Bob Murphy and Matt Clinch with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Now, each week, Bob, we'd like to start with a highlight. What sort of swept your attention across the round of footy? I'll let you open the batting. What caught your eye across the weekend?
Well, it's, 3 days since Thursday night, if I've got my maths right there. Yep. And I just to prove once and for all that I'm a mature adult that can look at the game without leading with my heart. The Thursday night belting by the Adelaide Crows against the Western Bulldogs was, for the second time in 12 months, under the roof at the Docklands. The Crows were too good, and Jordan Dawson played a style of footy and a performance that, on its own, if you just look at the performance, he's maybe the best player in the competition right at this moment. But in the context of what he's dealt with the family tragedy, losing his brother, and partnered with the performances, he would be the most admired player in the league at the moment. So putting, my historical allegiances of the Bulldogs, and we'll talk about the Bulldogs a little bit later, but Jordan Dawson just as an individual highlight, I think he's inspiring for anyone that has a leaning towards footy in any way, shape or form.
He set the tone on Thursday night. 3 goals, and his teammate Josh Rochelle joined us in the postgame, and he's a bit with you. He thinks he's up there as the top players in the competition at the moment. That's a risky kick. Had to get over Berry's fingertips. Matt Kenny couldn't take it, and here's Dawson once more from the edge of the centre square. Oh, stop it! He puts through his third. Jordan Dawson booted 3 last week against the Cats. He has 3 in the opening quarter. That's your skipper leading from the front. And Adelaide can't be stopped at the moment.
Oh, that's exactly the word I think everyone would define him in our team this season. He's just an inspiration to everyone. He gets us motivated before every single game, just the things he's been able to do and put that aside and just play some amazing football. I think his season is being underrated. I think he's definitely one of the best players in the competition, and if not the best leader and captain.
That's Josh Rochelle, who booted 4 goals on Thursday night, singing the praises of his captain, Jordan Dawson. You're an All-Australian captain back in 2015. I mean, it's a hard argument to go away from the sentiment of what he's been able to do at the moment. Probably Max Gawn's in that conversation as well in terms of the best leaders in the competition. But for him to play under such adversity and to impact the game in the way in which he is the most telling part.
Yeah, there's another tall, loping left-footer that might have claims to it as well. But I think right now, the Jordan Dawson story, what he's doing at the moment is incredible on the field, but it's captivating for how rounded the story is and what he's been able to navigate in his personal life, and then play with such passion and the balance of class, skill, but with a genuine toughness. He, as Rochelle, you heard from there. I mean, you would love to play under him, wouldn't you? I mean, you can see why he's a natural leader. So right at this point in time, he'd be pretty close to. Well, he'd be in that little group. It'd be Bontempelli, Gawn, and Dawson. You'd think right now for All-Australian captain.
What order?
Oh, Gee whiz.
It's hard because we're round 14,
Matt,
so if he keeps playing like that,
I am distracted by... the Demons. I picked the Demons to finish 16th. What a fool.
You were the only one.
They are, what are they, 4th at the moment?
Yeah.
That is astonishing. That is astonishing. And Max, who's done so much in his footy career, to still be having a year that's up there with any other that he's had is quite unbelievable. Marcus is, he's a kind of a religious, certainly a spiritual figure for anyone who's worn the red, white and blue or attended with the colours on their back. But Jordan Dawson equally, I can't split them. I think it's a pretty inspiring batch of 3.
It's a curious sort of second third of the season, really, because as you said, what Marcus Bontempelli might be able to do for the Bulldogs, what Max Gawn is doing at 34 years of age, when you think of Clayton Orville leaving, Christian Petrarca, Simon Goodwin, Stephen May, and yet Melbourne are somehow back in contention, and Jordan Dawson with the emotional toll, and what Adelaide are trying to build as they try to get their season back on track.
I've got a little a kitschy design to put to you, but I'm in your hands.
Yeah, no.
Just the evolution of the tall, graceful, loping left footer within the AFL right now. I feel like I've got 4 players that my eye and my heart is drawn to, and we see one at the very start of his career, and we work our way through to a veteran who's done it all in footy.
All right.
Okay?
You want to give me your 4?
Here's my 4. So this is the Encino Man, the evolution of the tall, graceful, classy left footer. At 20 years of age and just 36 games under his belt, Harvey Langford is a player that I have found myself going, ooh, there's some poetic movement.
I'm with you.
He's got all the markings that these next 3 have at that age. So Harvey Langford, he's at the start. Finn Callaghan, who's 23, 83 games. Watched him very closely against the Demons recently and couldn't believe... Well, I could believe it. I know he's a good player, but it was a deeper appreciation for just how easy he is to watch. And again, the balance of he's not just graceful. He's got some iceberg under the tip, if you like, Lynchy. Jordan Dawson is 29. He's only played 166 games. I thought that was a lower number than I thought, but we've spoken about him already. High praise. At the moment, he is a complete player.
Yep.
And then the next one, of course. We could get cute with it.
No, let's not.
But Marcus is 30 years old, 272 games. So that's a big, big sample size. But that is the tall, graceful left footer perfection.
Love it. Bontempelli, Dawson, Finn Callaghan, who we're going to see this afternoon, and Harvey Langford as the player on the rise. Thank you. I love you bring that to the table for our conversation on a Sunday afternoon. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Bob Murphy alongside Matt Clinch with you. For my highlight for the weekend, well, this is a little cruel, Bob, but Jake Waterman had the chance to try and win the game for the West Coast Eagles. Heartbreaking situation for him, given he's been there in consecutive weeks. But the part that I couldn't go past is his dad, Chris Waterman, was part of our ABC Sport coverage. And it got me thinking, how would my dad respond if he was in a similar predicament? And I'd need my mum to probably speak to him before he spoke on radio, but that wasn't quite what happened here. But I thought Chris handled it pretty well. I'll be keen to get your thoughts.
How's Jake going to deal with that today?
Oh, he'll take that pretty hard because last Sunday morning I went over there and he was a bit sombre. I thought he blew an opportunity. Now he's backed that up with another one. So, he's going to be soul searching. But as I said, if it was grand final day, you got to live with it for the rest of your life. But it's not. You get next week or whenever you get. Have they got to buy West Coast?
They do.
Yeah, so he's got a couple of weeks to think about it. Even better.
So how do you? Again, this is the curse of the way football is. Moments can decide matters. You kick 3 goals, and you've presented and you've put yourself in any number of positions, but the ability to just deliver when there is that game up for grabs. How do you deal with that as a professional? You've been there. You know what it's like. How do you deal with that as a professional?
Oh, it comes and goes. Some days, actually spoke to Summer during the week about it. He said some days the goals look like they're about 100 metres apart. Other days they look like they're an inch apart. It's just the way it is. And he was going to have a chat to Jake about it, so I think he's slowly working with the right people. You know, everyone say that his hips are out, and then because of the shoulders being taped and all this. I mean, Jake's the one that's got to fix it himself in between the years, but it's it'll take a bit of time. It's not like he's playing bad footy.
Chris Waterman, part of our ABC Sport coverage last night, the dad of Jake Waterman, talking us through the emotions. And I just thought, look, it's not grand final day, so he'll get another crack at it. But they got the bye, so he's got a couple of weeks to think about it. He was there last week, so he's sort of there again. I thought, there's a little upside, downside in terms of a lot of this, and hopefully he grounds it out by the time he does chat with him.
So I can't, if I close my eyes now and think back to a week ago, I can't recall the Waterman shot from last week. I vividly can remember the shot from yesterday. We do live in this sporting culture where we do tend to overstate when someone is the GOAT and when someone chokes. You know, it's like there's still a lot of room in this game where sometimes you can win and sometimes you can just miss. Now, when I looked at the Jake Waterman shot yesterday, not a bad kick. Missed it, but you're allowed to miss.
Yep.
So, when it comes to goal kicking, and this was part of the work that I used to do when I worked full time in footy, mostly at Freo, a little bit at the Bulldogs. Often, when a team had the goal kicking yips, it was a really difficult one for coaches to sort of navigate. And my own personal rationale to help was all a 3-step process. Most things for me become a 3-step process. Yep. I don't know why that is. That's one for my psychologist.
Yep.
And this could actually fit with the Jake Waterman scenario. So I'll put this on you, Clinchy, and you see what you think. And I would love to hear what other people think. 0437 774 774. Here would be a rule of thumb for the culture of goal kicking at your footy club. Specifically for those keys who have a lot of shots. But here, step 1, put the work in during the week. That's a non-negotiable. So this is a club standard thing. Put the work in during the week. Number 2, in the moment, you stick to your routine. That's a physical and mental routine. You've got to be disciplined enough that in the moment, when the crunch comes, that you can still stick to the routine that you've worked on during the week and over weeks and months, hopefully.
Yep.
And then the third one, you want the ball in your hands next time.
Yeah. Yep.
So, Jake Waterman yesterday, he misses. You're allowed to miss.
Yeah.
Like, these things, there's bad goals and good misses.
Yep.
You can shank it and kick a goal. It was a decent kick. He just missed. So I would put it in that category. If I was working with Jake Waterman, and I'm not, they would be the 3 things I'd go back to. Are you putting the work in during the week? Is your routine, do you stick to your routine when the pressure's on? And I as a teammate or as a colleague, I expect you to want the ball in your hands the next time that situation comes up.
No, they're 3 great dot points. And as you said, Job Shanahan had a shot with 4 minutes remaining from the tight angle. He was much closer. Yeah. He missed. Then he kicked the harder one, which he was able to nail through. And his game is certainly one that deserves highlighting. He was able to take those marks and present. So you've got a more experienced key forward alongside a younger key forward, both coming together at the right time. So, look, I think you're right. In sporting media, we do focus on moments and we highlight those that are able to shine in those moments. And we probably do, unfortunately put the person who can't live up to that expectation through the ringer and reliving that experience. But, yeah, I think for Andrew McWalter, there is an opportunity here that they are slowly building. And there's probably the alternative that how many games do they actually want to win? Because they are still in a stage where they're trying to get draft picks and improve.
Careful with that, Clinchy. How many games? Did you just say that out loud? How many games do they want to win?
Everybody's thinking that, aren't they?
No, not me. Keep winning.
Here were the thoughts of Andrew McWalter on Jake Waterman and the result last night.
Yeah, I understand he gets the last go, but I think there's probably 6 or 8 shots missed throughout that game that were pretty easy shots on goals for both teams. We got lucky a bit early in the game. They missed some easy ones as well. So, me personally as a coach, I absolutely love that I've got a key forward having the most shots in the competition. What an absolute treat that is to be able to coach someone like that. So, love how Jake's competing. He'll be riding the emotion of this. Like, he's such a proud competitor, and we're just going to support him. He's going to continue to work hard, which he always does, and he shows the way for our young key forwards. We got an 18-year-old and a 19-year-old next to him in that forward line, and if they're seeing him as the example, they're going to be set up for good long careers.
Andrew McWalter, the West Coast Eagles coach, with his thoughts on Jake Waterman at the end, and the West Coast Eagles going down to North Melbourne in thrilling fashion. The Eagles in 16th spot on the ladder, 4 wins and 10 losses. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Craig says you can't practice in front of 50,000 people with the game on the line. That's one part. How many wins will it take to finish in the top 8? Well, at the moment, it's a log jam, but traditionally it's sort of somewhere around 12 to 14 gets you in that bracket. Luke Jackson will be the All-Australian captain that's coming through.
Oh.
The unicorn to All-Australian captain.
Do people understand the All-Australian captain's not the best player in the competition?
Yes. Yeah.
Which actually should be a rule, that if there's a captain in the All-Australian team, then they are the All-Australian captain. For someone else to be the All-Australian captain...
It has happened before when Tom Hawkins has been captain.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely
Lance
bonkers.
Franklin.
It's bonkers.
It's not how it should work, but sometimes
No,
it
the
is
player
the way it
that
works.
was captain, he actually played the season as a captain.
As a captain. Normally the way criteria should work. Dom says in relation to your Aussie, oi, oi, oi.
Yep. Is that high praise from Dom?
If you ever take up songwriting, Bob, please think twice and reassess it to the public. So not quite the public sentiment we're looking for. Yvette here.
Not every song has to be like a Rolling Stone, It can be sort of just popcorn pop.
My attempt, work in progress, is we are Aussie through and through. Me, you, and our Socceroos.
No, too much. Too many syllable issues there.
Oh, sorry from P and South Kibler.
I am a bit defensive. I can hear it in my voice. Don't worry, I'm aware.
And Greg as well says Jackson and Brody are in front for the All-Australian. I assume that means Brody Grundy for the ruck position at the moment. 0437 774 774. Let us know your thoughts from the weekend's footy. We have to give some credit to North Melbourne, be it they were knife's edge from losing the match, but there has been conversations about their ability to execute under pressure. The leadership, is it coming through? Nick Larkey is a new captain. I did think there was a couple of marks right at the very end, and Tristan Cherry summed this up in the dying stages.
1 point the difference. Parker, long kick in. Big grab, North Melbourne. Beautifully done from Larkey at left half back. Are the Kangaroos cool enough to hang on? Larkey will come down the line. Every moment matters. Sherry marks. He's on the wing. He'll soak up every second he can. When Jake Waterman's lining up for that shot, what were you feeling? What were you thinking?
Yeah, I was actually on the junction. I was doing the math. I said if he misses this, the ball's definitely going to come to us. So I made sure I told Suvi that to be ready because I knew there was about a minute left. So I was preparing for the miss, and luckily Big Suvi took a monster mark. So it all worked out in the end. But yeah, definitely was preparing for the miss. And then had he kicked it, we would have gone into a different scenario.
Tristan Cherry with our ABC Sport team following last night's 1-point victory over the West Coast Eagles. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Bob Murphy with you. So all you can do in those moments is try and rise to the occasion and seize the opportunity. And Nick Larkey came down from the forward line, took a good contested mark across half back. Tristan Cherry did likewise on the wing. So while they couldn't control whether Jake Waterman kicked it or not, they were already starting to think about 666 if he does kick it, and then where they need to be to try and present and try and take some time out of the game. So their best season under Alistair Clarkson so far, North Melbourne. They record a 6 victory, so they're 6-7. They're just outside the top 10 in 11th spot. And while some feel like their progression hasn't come as quickly as possible, off the back of being belted by Fremantle last week, they do get the win. How do you view that from yesterday, Bob?
So I think two things can be true at the same time. So I thought they played well yesterday. They were always a chance. So West Coast, North Melbourne, that's a team in their area, in their zone. Still a long way to go and play a game of footy, play West Coast on their home deck. So they get over the line. Okay, Waterman misses, but they closed it out really well. They closed it out with authority. The Larkey and Cherry marks were significant. Unfortunately, in terms of my relationship with the Kangaroos, it's not the games against the West Coast that are the issue. When they're playing against teams that they feel like they're in with a show, we've seen them perform really, really well. My issue is when they come up against teams like Fremantle the week before, that they don't answer the bell.
Yep.
If they think they're not a chance to win, they don't show up. And that's unacceptable. North Melbourne, you're not good enough to not be hungry, like dog hungry every single week. So Clinchy, can you do me a favour?
Yes.
Can you put in your phone a little reminder? Because here's what North Melbourne have got for the next 4 weeks. They've got Richmond.
At the MCG on a Sunday afternoon.
Essendon.
Yep.
Port Adelaide.
Yep.
And then Collingwood. They're not the issues. So I expect them to play well and to get some results in there. It's the round 19 game against Melbourne that I'm like, I want to see you answer the bell then, North.
Yep.
If Melbourne are still tracking the way they're going at the moment, by round 19, I want to see if North Melbourne show up against the Demons.
They do have a somewhat favourable draw. As you said, they take on Melbourne in round 19, and they have St Kilda, Hawthorn, the Bulldogs, Geelong and Sydney. So 2 tough games to close out the home and away season, but they're a chance to feature in wildcard finals and certainly try and
they'll be around the mark. Like people say, they're not a developing team. They are. Well, development has different shades of it. Like they're not starting from scratch. But but part of their development now is when they come up against the top liners, don't just white flag it. That's what they did last week. They didn't show up. So that's off the menu now. When I look at North Melbourne, so the next one where they're really punching above their weight is against the Demons in round 19. So I'll put a little reminder in your phone.
I will do that. Can they bank the next 4 games? Here were the thoughts of Alistair Clarkson on North Melbourne hanging on for a 1-point win.
Fine line between pleasure and pain, isn't there? I can't tell you I was overly confident that Jake was going to miss that shot. And we were lucky to win in the end. We did do enough, however, particularly coming off such a poor performance last week. We did do enough. We tackled well. We applied a lot of pressure, and particularly, around the end of the first quarter and start of the second, Harley got going, lit the fuse, in the last part of the first quarter and early part of the second, and to rally from that when we were significantly challenged when we were on the road, and the West Coast crowd got behind their side, and we could have really easily folded at that point in time, particularly after last week's loss. But we dug in there and found a way to get ourselves back in front by half time.
Alistair Clarkson with his thoughts on North Melbourne's 1-point win over the West Coast Eagles. Your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Tiz says, young left footer's hard to go past. Dan Curtin has all the attributes. Do you agree with that? Brett from Canberra says, All-Australian captain should be Jordan Dawson in his eyes. Fran, my highlight, Kel on Friday night, her female perspective on Dangerfield and his tight white jersey was just an off-the-cuff observation. Yeah, that's probably one Kel can say. I'm not saying that to Danger's face.
Nah.
I think everyone thought it.
It was one of those things towards the back end of my footy career, Clinchy, if we can just go back to memory lane. But there was a couple of things. Players started warming up with headphones on, and I remember feeling incredibly old and grumpy about that, thinking, that's not for me. But we played Sydney one day, and Kurt Tippett was stood right next to me, big, imposing fella, Kurt Tippett. His jumper was so tight I could see his nipples, like every detail of his nipple. And I said, that's Kurt.
Yep.
What are we doing?
What are we doing here?
Where are we at?
Yep.
Take me back to I'm not saying we should go back to the lace-ups, but just, I feel like there wasn't enough consultation.
Yep.
With the cotton jumper with the collar.
Yeah.
The cotton with the collar. And then all of a sudden we were wearing these silk rash vests. Where was the consultation? If I can see your nipples, that's
too much information.
That's not what the game's
probably a fair
That's
call.
not what the game's about.
Yep. Also coming through from Dean on the SMS, 0437 774 774. I think there's a good chance Josh Tracy will be the All-Australian full forward and therefore captain. I'm not sure if you're full forward, you get to be captain. Also, if Hayden Young can keep on top of his soft tissue injuries, he may become a similar player to Jordan Dawson. And Kevin also says, how do we account for Jezza being last year's All-Australian captain? Well, yep. And, of course, coming through as well, Shannon Hearn was a captain, Lance Franklin as well. So we have seen...
It's when there's another captain in the team, and then someone is rewarded with All-Australian captaincy who just played.
Yep.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yep. Coming up today on your radio, we kick off proceedings down in Hobart. It's the Tigers who are taking on the Brisbane Lions. So interest around Chris Fagan's side as they try and get their season back on track. And then at Docklands this afternoon, St Kilda having gone down against the Sydney Swans in a heartbreaker last week. They get to back up. They've dropped Mateus Filippo. And the Giants, off the back of their bye, they had a big win over the Demons in Alice Springs a fortnight ago. So Adam Kingsley trying to get his Giants season back on track as well. And not to mention, we'll keep you across the Socceroos taking on Turkey this afternoon. Great to have your company, AFL Sunday on ABC Sport.
Meet the builder of dreams.
It's a great honour to be leading Tasmania's new football club.
Sam Pang's brand new office comedy, Ground Up.
Time to make a little history.
Ground Up. Stream now on ABC iView.
You're listening to AFL Sunday on radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on ABC Listen.
Cleary will set it up. Curnow trying to run, as is McLean. Aaliyah got there, but knocked it straight down the throat of Rowbottom. Thank you very much. James Rowbottom strikes. Sydney might have got the sealer. They're up by 9 at the Adelaide Oval.
Looking for a target. Horn Francis is flying. And Sweet is marking. Marks 30 out, directly in front. He's rushing back to take his kick. In comes Jordan Sweet. Pumps it straight over the goal. Umpire's hat. There's still time. How sweet it would be. 35 seconds left in this one.
They rise as one at Adelaide Oval. The place is rocking. It's the last chapter full of twists and turns tonight. Sydney by 3. 35 on the clock. Here we go. Sweet and Grundy. Sweet wins it down, looking for Butters. He gathers, hands it back. Coming off the half-back line is Farrell. Kick a little short of Burgoyne. Tumbles towards the 50. Berry can't read the bounce. Neither can Sarong though. Whitlock puts his head over it. Heaney dives in. Tackled by Drew. Ball up half forward.
19 seconds.
Butters on the move. Gee, just unlucky.
Radigalia gone forward. Curnow's gone with him.
Lenny T tosses it in the air. Grundy with the swat towards the boundary line. Sydney have the numbers on the eastern side. Chad Warner gets it to Cleary. Kicks up the half forward. It's now or never. Aaliyah commits with the fist. Couldn't quite get the contact. Evans punched in the tackle. The Swans are going to survive. Sydney holds on and gets through the power shock. The Swans by 3 at the Adelaide Oval. And they are 4 games clear of 5th now.
Welcome to our South Australian audience to AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. It just wasn't quite to be last night, but a thrilling last 35 seconds with the 666 in full effect. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson calling the action last night with Lauren Arnell and Rod Jamieson in commentary. Matt Clinch and Bob Murphy with you for AFL Sunday. The Swans did it once more. Last week it was Isaac Heaney who fed off the hand pass to Jai Sarong to kick the winner against St Kilda. This time, maybe viewers, listeners thought, OK, Rowbottom's kicked the goal, we can go to bed now. And then Sweet kept it alive for the last, 35 seconds in the end.
Hell of a game of footy. Yeah, it was a beauty. So the Swans and Port Adelaide, a lot of people go, the Swans should do it easily. Port Adelaide, I think they're 15th. They're a very good footy side for a 15th. And playing in Adelaide, it's never easy. It's just never easy. So I was more of the optimistic view for the Swans of having to win another close one. And I'm much more in the camp of you don't get lucky winning multiple close games, that's a real feather in your cap.
Yep.
There's an art to winning close games. So I would be much more into the view that Sydney is shaping itself beautifully for this season.
That's the ponder, isn't it? Is it somewhat why were you finding yourself in that position, given you are such a good side, equal with Fremantle on top of the AFL ladder? And yet I think that takes away from Port Adelaide and their ability to continue to fight under Josh Carr. Unfortunately, they've been on the wrong side of it on 5 occasions
that's
now.
the flip side of it.
Yeah.
So Josh Carr, it's his first year, Josh Carr, as a senior coach at Port Adelaide. Let's judge them in another 12 months of they're an entirely different footy club if they can start winning those close games. So that's one of the differences in the two. So, Port Adelaide they're probably as good a 15th ranked side as we've had for a while. They're better than that. But until they win those close ones, that's where they'll languish. For the Swans, I'm what's the phrase? Bullish.
Yep.
But I loved the way Charlie Curnow started. I felt like he played with real authority. I felt like he really wanted the responsibility, and I know that's a question that's been raised about Charlie from time to time, of whether he wants to be the centre half forward who takes it all on his shoulders, whether he's more of a tall half forward flanker. I felt like watching Charlie in Adelaide that he took it upon himself right from the start, first minute, that he played with real authority and presence.
And the challenge for Sydney, a little bit like Adelaide, is to get back to September and to be a challenger, not just to make up the numbers. And that's where you look at their lineup and say, yep, when their best players fire in that last quarter, Isaac Heaney, Chad Warner, Brodie Grundy, James Rowbottom with the goal, you think, yeah, look, they've got enough class that once they come to September, that's when it all matters the most. Yeah. Can you then turn it at that stage rather than now? But, I mean, as we touched on, for Port Adelaide, it's a fifth loss by 3 points or less for Josh Carr. But
fifth by 3 points or less.
I mean, that shapes you as to whether you're in the wildcard conversation or, as you said, whether you're 15th, 4 wins and 9 losses. They could be similar to North Melbourne, right there knocking on the door, but they haven't been able to split those ones.
That would twist the stomach of Josh Carr and the leaders at Port Adelaide. But also, it's a good carrot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, you know, when you're selling the following season, you know, if we fast forward to the end of the year and they miss out, as you think they probably would at this stage, when Josh Carr rallies the troops for day one of pre-season. So look at all that went right last year, and we finished there. Yeah, we have to go further. We have to get those little measures right to close out close games.
Yep. Bob Murphy and Matt Clinch with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. It feels like every conversation around Port Adelaide at the moment relates a little bit to Zach Butters and what will happen at the end of the season, which relates to the Bulldogs and whether they're able to acquire him. Interesting that Luke Beveridge spoke about it publicly. Josh Carr then came back and said, I don't really like it when opposition coaches, I wouldn't do that. The classic, I wouldn't speak like that if it was one of my players. But how much do you feel like Port Adelaide's future at the moment? As you said, Josh Carr's in his first year of coaching. He's got contract decisions for Zach Butters at the end of the season. Mitch Georgiades in 12 months' time after that. So it's got to be hard for him to try and build a team not knowing what one of his superstars is going to do at the end of the year.
Do you feel like he doesn't know? Or do you feel like he does know?
He might know, yeah.
I would think that.
I think
it feels like he's gone.
Those in South Australia, if you put your finger up into the breeze, feel like, you know what, he's probably coming back to Victoria.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, I think that would be what most people would sort of assume. We'll see. It could be wrong about that. So there's opportunity there. I mean, for what Port Adelaide can bring in, the Georgiades one, that would be a rough 1-2. That would be a rough 1-2 to lose both in the space of 12 months.
So Charlie Curnow was worth 3 first-round draft picks. Would that be the going rate for Zach Butters?
Have to be pretty close.
And in your eyes, as a Bulldogs legend, does he make the Western Bulldogs the premiership contender they desire to be?
Oh, I think the Dogs are such an intrigue. The Dogs of, I think most people that follow the Dogs would be thinking about key defenders and how to stiffen up the defence. I mean, you always welcome in a player of the quality of Zach Butters. That's it, you just don't overthink that.
Yeah.
If you can get a good player like that, and I suppose when you couple that with, like, Tom Liberatore is not the best player at the Bulldogs, but he might be the most valuable Bulldog over the last 10 years, just what he means to that locker room and that midfield. I don't know how much footy Tom's got left in him. I would never put that into question because you just don't question the heart of Liberatore's. But if Tom is coming to the end, well, Butters replacing or being a handover from that role makes a hell of a lot of sense. Bringing Butters in to answer your initial question, I don't think it makes the Bulldogs complete by any stretch.
No, and that'll be the challenge from a list management point of view if you have to give up so much to get him in. And as you said, you'd be crazy not to take him, but then you've still got other issues in parts of the ground you have to address. So we've touched on the events of last night, a thrilling victory for North Melbourne in the end by 1 point over the West Coast Eagles, and also a 3-point win for the Sydney Swans over Port Adelaide. The other game of the MCG yesterday, the Demons were far too strong by 45 points over the Bombers, and we posed the question at the start. Stephen King, he has these Demons back up and contending. They're currently sitting fourth on the ladder, 9 wins and 5 losses. Here are the thoughts of the Demons coach after the win.
I think it's really strong and solid, our first half. I think really, just in light of the last couple of weeks, how big they've been for us as a footy club emotionally, coming off a 5-day break, coming off Alice Springs. So this one was, on paper, it might have suggested just rock up today, but considering even our history at Gather Round, it was hard work today, and I thought our first half we got to work and set the game up for us.
That's Melbourne coach Stephen King. Bob, you led us into this at the start, that in your predictions you didn't have Melbourne anywhere near the top 10, and yet I think most people were in a similar position. So how has he been able to turn it around with a side that has lost Christian Petrarca, Stephen May, Clayton Oliver, and yet all of a sudden this side is playing with such freedom that you think, well, that's the side you want to watch if you're not watching your team across the weekend?
To my eye, and I've watched a heap of Melbourne games live this year, the Sunday afternoon slot with the gang, and every week my admiration for the Demons has grown, and my apologies for predicting they'd finish 16th have grown louder. The apologies become more profuse. But they look, under Stephen King, in very basic terms, just to have simplified things in their own mind. There was this, and look, Melbourne and Simon Goodwin had a lot of success, but even throughout, it was like this. These symptoms of having too much in their heads would become visible. If I can close my eyes now, I can picture Melbourne players, particularly the midfielders, getting the ball and jumping around on the spot and looking quite skittish. I was like, what's going on in your thinking? Where you watch Melbourne this year, they don't do that. They don't do that little hopscotch jumping around, eyes darting every which way. They look uncomplicated. They take it on. Yeah, they make some mistakes, but they just keep going. They've been able to simplify it, uncomplicated. And you know what? They try hard, all of them.
So Carlton have had a bit of the moment under Josh Fraser. How long can it last for? How long can Stephen King ride this wave of optimism and freedom in mind?
This is one of the things that I don't know if we speak about it enough in terms of coaching. One of the most underrated attributes of a great coach is holding stuff back.
Yes.
It's not about it's restraint.
Yep.
Part of it's restraint, because a lot of these football coaches, they know a whole heap of stuff. But the players, they are only capable of taking in so much. So it's not about how much you know.
Yep.
It's about how much you can give the right stuff to the players that they can execute it on the day.
Yep.
That's what it is. You can keep telling them all of the stuff that you know, but if they've only taken in 3 or 4 and you've told them 28 things, well, I mean, what's the priority list?
Yeah.
So when I look at Melbourne, I feel like Stephen King has just got them in the zone of, look, it's not going to be perfect. I'm not after perfection. But if we do, in this situation, if we do this, I'm happy and you make me proud. So, but here's the thing I need a bit of help with. I think we need a nickname for Stephen King.
Right. Okay.
And away from the horror literature of Stephen King, because when I watch the Demons, the thing that is emerging as the year progresses is they make corrections on the go, in game and from week to week. Of you see them, if they play a style that isn't quite working, then you see them at quarter time. Oh, they've adjusted.
Yep.
So in my head, Stephen King is the corrector.
It's a good call.
Like, is he the school teacher? Is he the principal? He's the corrector. He does the corrections.
Yep. He's aligning them, isn't he? Like,
he does.
You listen to all of the players around Cosy Pickett playing on against Collingwood in the King's birthday match, and it would have been nice if he took the time off the clock, but keep the goal.
Well, I saw them under the roof at the Docklands, and in the first quarter against the Bulldogs, they clearly were playing a style that was more suited to the elements of the MCG. It was slow and it was wide, and the Bulldogs just ran amok.
Yeah.
And at quarter time, he goes out and they play the next 3 quarters completely different. Now, that's easier said than done. And I remember thinking, he's got their ear They are all in. They believe in his message and his voice. And when he just tinkers it, that's not what I want. I want this.
Yep.
The corrector, the teacher, the principal. He does the correction. He does the corrections. Gets the red pen out. Gets the corrections, and off they go.
And it's working for them at the moment. They've won 8 games at the MCG so far this season. Matt Clinch and Bob Murphy with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. The big question at the moment in the footy landscape is what is next for Essendon? Who is their preferred coach? And Dean Solomon, the interim coach at the moment, he joined our AFL Saturday team with Corbin Middlemass yesterday.
No, not at all. It's absolute news to me, and I think as we were mentioning before, like my life has changed a fair bit pretty quickly. My wife and kids are still in northern New South Wales. Like I've barely had any time to talk to them over the last sort of 3 weeks. So I understand the AFL landscape too. So I've been around long enough to understand it. So I understand the world is rushing pretty quickly around me, and there's a lot of talk about who'll be next coach, etc., etc. But I'm sort of, as I said, from week one, I'm locked into what I need to do as an interim coach to look after these players, to support these staff and make sure that the great club that I love finishes with momentum this year.
Have you heard from Andrew since that report came out?
No, I haven't. And I wasn't even aware of it until yesterday when the media team here let me know that there was that article in the paper. I don't know. I sort of my feet are where I am. I'm pretty relaxed in what we're doing. I'm not looking at the external stuff and hearing the noise. I haven't even thought about what's next. It's just the next 10 weeks, and that's critically important for this football club. We've got to finish with momentum. We've got to, whoever coaches them next, it gives them a good foundation to catapult into the pre-season with confidence.
If Essendon do decide to run a process, and my understanding is that's what they're going to do, and you've been very clear on your thoughts that, hey, I can't even think about the full-time job while I'm doing this role as an interim. Do you think you could compartmentalise enough to be able to participate in a process while coaching the team at the back end of the season if the club wanted you to?
Yeah, great question, and I haven't thought about it, and I'm probably not going to think about it until the club. I mean, first step first, the club have got to decide what they want, how they want it to look, and then when is the timelines and all that sort of stuff. So there's multiple layers to all this. It's not just a split decision. It's something that needs to be heavily considered, and I don't have the time to think about it right now.
That is the Essendon interim coach, Dean Solomon, joining our AFL Saturday team yesterday. He was asked, is he Andrew Walsh's preferred candidate when it comes to the job full-time? Before I get your thoughts, Bob Murphy, I was just listening to Luke Ball yesterday and I was wondering, is he onto something here when he was putting this out about how the Bombers are handling it at the moment?
Who is the front runner, do you think, as it sits at the moment with that news coming to light?
Well, I mean, who knows? I mean, if you take it by their word, then the man in the seat at the moment is. There's sort of two schools of thought here, Mick. The cynic in me a little bit has the radar up for maybe a little bit of a red herring just to take the heat out of the James Hird scenario and refocus it back on the process. Remember that Solly was on the board, so perhaps he said, well, let's play that card. It'll just keep the Wolves at bay a little bit. I'll get asked at every press conference, but I'm big enough and I can handle that, and then we'll go through the usual process in the background, and maybe James Hird emerges out of that rather than us spending the next 10 or 12 weeks just talking about it week in, week out. Or the other school of thought is that Andrew Welsh, young president, footy background, knows his footy, has come into the chair, the hot seat, and he's going to plant his flag on the coach that he wants, and his tenure will be defined by that. And yes, there's a personal relationship. He knows him well. I know Solly a little bit. He's a terrific person, terrific bloke. He's a sort of, from a culture and character point of view, you couldn't ask for too much more. And he's the sort of guy you absolutely want to play with, and we all knew what he was like as a player. So I like it from that point of view. And then you get people around him who can manage the X and O's a little bit. But so either school of thought is probably a win for the club, I think, given the couple of weeks that we've had since they made the call on Brad Scott.
Luke Ball with his thoughts on the Essendon coaching position. Either red pill or your blue pill? Do you think, should the Bombers run a process? Should they just appoint someone? How do you view it?
Oh, they should absolutely run a process. Yeah, they should. Of course they should. I mean, it's an
absolute crazy in today's era. You wouldn't, but
well, it would be brave. So it's not to say it's completely unthinkable, but I think
St Kilda appointed Ross Lyon without running a process.
Football is still pretty conservative when it comes to these sort of things of appointing coaches. That if you didn't run a process and then it doesn't work out with James Hird, all of those people that made the call are gone. You're done.
I think they probably know they're all gone,
and
regardless.
Yeah.
Whichever way they go.
Yeah. So,
which is the big unknown, isn't it? Is that you need to provide some stability for the club that's been so unstable for the last 3-4 years. And the question would be, okay, what's your timeline? What's your process? The Bombers have said, well, we'll announce that in due course. So they've got their bye this week. We're hoping it's going to come out this week because we all spend a lot of time talking about it because we don't hear from Andrew Welsh other than what's being reported.
How much weight do we put on that Solomon is Welsh's preferred candidate?
Well, a bit at the moment because there's nothing else coming out.
Yeah, I didn't. Was it Scotty Gullen that wrote the piece?
Yeah,
Scotty Gullen, who's a good journo and knows his stuff. But I would like to hear from Scott. I would need him to sit me down and talk to me about exactly how that came to be in a bit more detail.
So if Andrew Welsh picked up the phone to you and said, Bob, what do you think what's the right option for us as a club? What would you be suggesting to him?
To Andrew Welsh?
Yeah. Do we just go with Hirdy? Do we put in Solomon, who I think is the right guy potentially to rebuild this club?
No, you run a process. I think from afar, I look at it and think, I think they want one of the four. That's Solomon, Hird, Hinkley, Longmire. That's who I've got. I think Carlton will go with an untried, but I think Essendon will go with one of those four. So if I was to do a pie chart, yes. Currently, would you like? I know you're on the edge of your seat, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Now this is risky because maths is. Yep. I need the abacus. I just under the desk here. I just there's the abacus. Righto. At the moment, I've got Solomon at 35% of the pie chart.
Right, low for the favourite.
Yeah, I've got 30% for Hird, but it's falling.
Lower.
It's falling.
Yes.
20% Hinkley, 15 Longmire. That's where I am today.
Okay. Yep. Well,
that's where I am today, and I think Enright will be the man at Carlton.
Okay, there you go.
Or James Kelly.
I like that. And Graham Wright has proven to be someone who can pick coaches. Sam Mitchell at Hawthorn, Craig McRae at Collingwood.
I hope those numbers check out. Is that up to 100? Let us know. If they don't, let us know. 0437 774 774.
Some of your thoughts coming through. Liv from Maribna, a nickname for Stephen King. You could try Shawshank as Redemption. Maybe that's a bit too long with Dufresne as
something
the main
in the
protagonist.
corrections.
A nickname for the chiropractor, says Dean, for Stephen King, the alignment.
Yeah, the corrections. Maybe the red pen man. Something red pen. Corrections in the red pen. Yep. Is that too obscure?
No, I think everything's on the table at the moment. Okay. Damien from Fremantle says, Essendon coaching position, the way I look at it is that James Hird would be a marketing appointment. He would draw in membership and maybe sponsorship dollars, but he's far too removed, in my opinion, to be effective as a coach. That's the part that we're all... If you don't barrack for Essendon, you're sort of like, I'm fascinated to see what happens next. Which way are you going to go? Are you going to buck the trend and say, you know what, we don't need to run a process, we'll just appoint someone?
Can you imagine that actually happening?
Yep.
Or is it more likely that a process is run, but it's already decided? Is that what, when you say that, is that what you mean? Or do you mean they actually go, you know what, we are appointing James?
This is our 5-year plan. This is what we're going to do.
Do you think that's actually a possibility?
I think that's a possibility.
Wow.
Which in professional sport, in elite sport, seems fanciful, but it could happen. Andrew Bassett did it with St Kilda. They decided, you know what, we're not running a process. We're just going to appoint Ross Lyon. And yet the history of second-time coaches is not as glowing as what it once was. So how much does that play in the mind of when you're looking at the likes of a Nathan Buckley or, Tasmania is the other job that's on the table at the moment. So is that more appealing to a John Longmire, to an Adam Simpson, to Ken Hinkley than what the possibilities might be to go to Carlton or Essendon? I know you've basically got 3 years to try and convert what's probably a 5-year project, although the Blues look a bit more appealing in recent weeks.
There's a mini-series in this Essendon Footy Club situation, isn't there?
There certainly might be. There's no late changes for the match at Hobart, so the Tigers taking on the Brisbane Lions. As we're about to wrap up, Bob, give me a quick thought as to what you're looking forward to this afternoon between the Saints and the Giants, because the Giants are coming from a little way back. They've worked their way up to 10th. They're 6-6. And yet the Saints, this is the thing they haven't been able to do, is beat teams that are above them so far this season.
Do you want me to go sort of a bit over the top and a bit
Sure. You got about 40 seconds.
I got about 40 seconds. Okay. I was catching the train on the way in here and I thought, what could I give Clinchy that's a bit explosive? I think today, between the Saints and the Giants, could be the sneaky game of the year.
Oh.
Who are they? Who are the Saints? Are the Saints the real deal? And are the Giants rumbling to something like a contender? What's the aftermath of today could be massive for both of these clubs.
I'm with you. I can't wait.
Could be a sneaky game of the year.
There you go. Bob Murphy's prediction. And the Socceroos against Turkey. Scoreline?
3-0 for the Socceroos. Beat them. Beat yous. We are the Socceroos.
We make our way to Hobart for Chris Rowbottom and Michael Maney to pick up the commentary with Nathan Burke and Matthew Knights. It's the Tigers taking on the Brisbane Lions. We'll chat to you from Docklands later this afternoon.
The biggest stars in the women's game
Harmanpreet Kaur launches this all the way for 6.
are lighting up your winter nights.
Down the track comes Mooney. Cover drives to the boundary.
As ABC Sport brings you the ICC Women's T20 World Cup.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
And it's not just a win, it's a statement by Australia.
Every game live and uninterrupted on ABC Listen. Just look for the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the silence sound.
Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Rosen kicks off goal for Branson Curry.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Michael goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang.
And snap. And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that?
What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another.
It doesn't have to be your night,
But it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
From Royce Hart to Richo to Revolt, Tassie's Tiger Lynx are deep and strong. Today, Richmond plays a home game on Tasmanian soil. Its first ever as it hosts the back-to-back premiers Brisbane here at Bellerive Oval. It's the Richmond Tigers and the Brisbane Lions live from Hobart. Sunday footy for ABC Sport. Chris Rowbottom is my name, with you in commentary this afternoon alongside me on the play-by-play. A big welcome to you, Michael Maney.
Good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon, everyone. Big game this for, I guess, Brisbane. They need to try and keep things going. They've had a real stuttered season so far, and they catch the Tigers with 14 on their injury list, and it's been a tough time for Adam Uze and the Tigers. But the last win for the Tigers over Brisbane, round 2022 by 7 points at the MCG. Can anyone remember Noah Cumberland, the left footer? Booted 5 that day, and that was the last time that they got a win over the Lions. So looking forward to it, looking forward to seeing a man I'm seeing warming up out there, Logan Morris, who's been in superb touch. What a player he is, what a player he's going to be.
Yeah, he looks to be a star of the future, if he isn't already. The first of our experts this afternoon, St Kilda legend, 323 games in the red, white and black. Nathan Burke, a big welcome to you.
Hello, gentlemen. Yeah, thank you for having me down here on a beautiful sunny day down here in Hobart. And mainly I wrote down that name too, Logan Morris. I'm really keen to see him in the flesh. He's been in some good form. I feel for Adam Uze, the Tigers coach. He's got this young group coming through, and that was always going to be tough. But then you add in the amount of injuries that they've got. So hopefully the hierarchy of the Tigerland understand the position that he's coaching in, and we just see a good effort from the Tigers today against the reigning premiers.
Speaking of Tassie Tiger Lynx, a man who captained this football club from 1997 to 2000, played 279 games and was named in the Richmond Team of the Century, if you don't mind. He calls Tassie home now. Matthew Knight's, a big welcome to you.
Yeah, thank you. It's a really intriguing game, and the boys, both Matey and Berkey, mentioned Logan Morris, and I'm really excited about seeing Eric Hipwood today. When the Lions were really building, he was that player that was connection between the arcs for them, outlet kicks. And I think with the new Lasso rule, the game in motion a lot more, it should suit someone like Eric. So a long layoff, he comes back into the team. And also from the Tigers' perspective, I'm really keen to see what young Rexco does on the wing. He's had a little bit to do with him at Geelong. He's come to the Tigers, played some consistent football the last 6 or 8 weeks, and it's great to see a young player like him getting an opportunity.
Speaking of those Geelong and Richmond links, there will be a debutant this afternoon in the form of Kai Annan, second pick in the mid-season draft for Richmond, 200-centimetre defender out of the Cats program. He joined Geelong back in 2023. He's been billed as a Tom Stewart lookalike, or maybe even a clone. I'm sure the Richmond hopefuls, the Richmond faithful are hoping that much. Kai Annan, what do we know about him, Matthew Knights, as he makes his debut here at Bellerive today?
Yeah, he's obviously spent a lot of time with Mark Corrigan and Nigel Lappin in the Geelong program, and intercepting defender, really good height. If he follows anything along the lines of Tom Stewart, I'm sure the Tigers would be pumped and exceptional about that. But it'd be great to see he goes. He's going to have no mean feat playing against this Brisbane Lion front half, which is littered with talent. Whether you look at Logan Morris, you look at Hipwood, you look at Rayner and Lohman, they're all can all make an impact in the air, so he's going to have his hands full today.
Let's talk a little bit about Eric Hipwood, because he is one of the real headlines of today. He's returning to this Brisbane team. His first game of the season, of course, after a partial tear to his ACL last year. He plays game number 200 as well today upon his return. I'm fascinated, Berkey, to see how that does change the dynamic of the forward line, given Logan Morris has flourished without Hipwood next to him. He's kicked the 32 goals so far this year. He had 53 last year, and he's coming off that 7-goal bag against the Gold Coast Suns. The role of Eric Hipwood and his return today is something that Brisbane fans and AFL football fans will be keeping a close eye on.
Yeah, really interesting dynamic. Do they keep both of them inside forward 50 and hope that they just don't cross paths too often, because that's going to cause enormous problems for the Richmond defence? Or do they say to Eric, mate, we want Logan to have 50, you got the wings, you get up high, you get that ball coming out of that defensive 50, you be the link man on the way through, because Logan's patrolling that inside 50, he's earned the right to actually do that. So they can go one way or the other. Both would be really tough to match up on, but it's Chris Fagan, it's balls in his court, really.
Coin has been tossed out in the middle. Good time to welcome the fifth member of our commentary team for this afternoon. Sitting boundary side for us on Sunday footy is Andrew Cooling.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. And a lovely day for football here at Bellreeve. The sun's shining down at the moment. A few grey clouds in the distance, but I don't think too much of a threat of rain about. A slightly swirly breeze might favour the left of your radio dials initially, but nothing too significant. So pretty good conditions for the players here. No late changes for either side.
No late changes. The news from down on the boundary. Tom Brown, Kai Annett and Morris Rioli into this Richmond team, replacing the injured Ross and Trainer, with Noah Roberts-Thompson omitted from the Tigers, and just the one change for the Lions coming into today, with Darragh Joyce omitted to make way for Eric Hipwood. Harris Andrews also celebrating a big milestone this afternoon, game 250 for the Lions captain. And that is a tremendous milestone for him indeed. Just about all set to get underway here in Hobart. Good conditions for footy, slightly overcast, although the artificial lights have been turned on. A decent crowd in for Richmond's sole home game here in Tasmania for season 2026. They take on reigning premiers Brisbane. Just about all set to go. The opening bounce, Sunday footy on ABC Sport. You're with Michael Maney.
Tom Brown's 50th game too for Richmond. Up goes Draper against Bolter, taken by Prestia. Works it back to Trainer. Now back to Prestia, who goes out to the other side of the ground to find Rechko on the wing. Rechko, as we spoke about in the pre-match, promising young player, kicks forward just to a packed situation. Draper can't take it on the second grab. A lot of players around the football. Richmond trying to inch it forward, and the umpire will come in and ball it up. So good crowd in at Bellreeve Oval. Up it goes. Draper just reaches over the top of Bolter, taken by Bailey. Little handball back to Tunstall. Tunstall of the Lions kicks. Might have been a front-on free kick against Hipwood on that man making his debut in Anand. He's caught with the football now, and it will be another ball up. And he's channeling Tom Stewart in a lot of ways. Got the headband, Chris Rowbottom.
He plays like Tom Stewart. He looks like Tom Stewart. He's got the moustache and the headband, and that was his first little involvement. So the ball punched forward here, and he gets his first disposal as he fires off a handball to Broad. Ended up with Rechko, who tried to bounce the ball up the outer wing, only as far as Jasper Fletcher of the Lions. Back to Darcy Wilmot. He's got the outlet handball in Tunstall. Short ball to left half forward is good, and the mark is taken by Josh Dunkley, about 50 metres out from goal.
Wonderful play by Wilmot, just be able to compose his patience. I love guys that have got speed but also can cut the angles and set up handballs, and he certainly did that, and they put it inside 50.
So Josh Dunkley leans back on the kick. He's just going to set this one up to the top of the square. Hands fly. It's knocked over for the score of the afternoon. It's a minor score going the way of Brisbane. They're one behind. Richmond yet to score. 2 minutes gone first term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Tigers got a very short forward line, so bombing the ball in there is not going to work because Draper pushes back really hard. So it'd be interesting to see how they get that ball inside 50. To me, just scrap it in there, kick it along the ground if you have to, and let Rioli and the boys go to work.
Little short kick went to Banks, and then Banks goes long to half back. The Tigers to the left of your radio dial. Here's an opportunity for them to come forward. Here's Neil. Neil's shot on goal. It's curling back. They've got one. The Brisbane Lions, Lockie Neal, who doesn't kick too many goals. Let's have a look and see how many he's got for the season. This is his fourth only, and he gets the early one for Brisbane, and they go to 1-7 to the Tigers yet to score.
Lockie Neal's form line over the last month has really picked up. He's against Gold Coast a couple of weeks ago, he shredded them to the pieces in the midfield, and just looking at him again today, looks to be really nice in the contest. He's getting across the ground, and you know, when he's playing well, Brisbane is sort of quite formidable.
It was that link of handballs that I think are going to trouble the Tigers today, just the way that they run in numbers and support. So Neil got on the end of about the fourth hand pass in a row and slotted one through. So when they're running like that, boy, they're hard to stop.
32 disposals a game so far this year for Lachie Neale. Makes him good for 4th in the league. He just doesn't have any trouble finding it. The Lions will go again here out of the middle as Dunkley just tumbles one forward. There was a good contest at the back from Miller. Onto the ball now is Anand, who gets his first kick in AFL footy. Doesn't quite hit the target. Misses his man out on the outer wing. Scooped up by Fletcher of the Lions. Tunstall, his handball missed Answorth. And it's over and out for a boundary throw in right in front of the hill, which is looking very healthy. In fact, it's a last touch free kick that'll go the way of the Tigers. Maurice Rioli back in the team for Richmond this afternoon. Puts Richmond to half forward, but getting in the way is Darcy Wilmot, who's enjoying a really good year as well. Really benefiting from Dane Zorko or Kadeen Coleman back there. He's getting a lot of the footy. He has it again on this occasion for Brisbane. Bit of a wobbler out towards left half forward. Just eluded Eric Hipwood. And that'll be over as well for another Lasso free kick. And Anand, who's been reasonably prominent early, will take the footy at right half back for the Tigers.
These boys know that there's a other half of the ground. He's actually playing. The ball's been stuck in that far wing in that far pocket for the whole time.
Well, they've heard you, Berkey, so bring him to this side now. Well done to Nick Bloston, who made space. The kick was across the face. Good knock away there by Cameron. Oh, did beautifully. Got it away to McKenna. McKenna's scrubby old chaos ball to Hipwood. Hipwood's handball missed Will Ashcroft. In there again, Rayner just tracking the footy. A couple of Tigers grab him. It'll be a ball up centre half forward with the Brisbane Lions in attack. They lead by 7 points with Lachie Neale, the man who kicked the early goal on the run for them. For the Lions, Bolter reaching over the top was Draper. Ashcroft held without the footy, no free kick. Out they come through half back. Nice kick to force it. He can't take the mark. Harris Andrews, he's caught. Then got a little kick away. It was a half distance one, but it's a lasso. It'll be another free kick. It'll go to the Tigers. Harris Andrews put on under a lot of pressure, and the Tasmanian boy Seth Campbell's got it on the wing.
Runs in from the boundary, gains some distance, and then sends the ball towards left half forward for the Tigers. Getting good position was Gardner, couldn't take the mark, but roving it beautifully was Steely Green, and he had a man all alone with acres to work in, and it was Alga who run in and booted the Tigers first. So Richmond get on the board early in this contest. A wonderful bit of roving from Steely Green to set up Jasper Alga for his first goal of the afternoon there. 1 straight 6, the Tigers trailing Brisbane 1-1-7, 5.5 gone. First term Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matty Knights.
Yeah, it was just great to see the Tigers. They transferred the ball to the fat side and they were able to bring it, and they were able to work through a long down the line contest. So, fought, flew, ball come to ground, terrific roving, and then the off-ball challenge by the Tigers players got one out the back, and great bit of play by the Tigers to finish, and quite an easy goal in the end.
Steely Green just kept his composure there and picked out his man inside 50, and they get the goal. So a point the difference. Goal each to the teams. Back in the centre, Prestia caught by Will Ashcroft, and another ball up in the centre of this picturesque ground. Up they fly. Fought. Knocked it down. No one can get the kick away. Bolter. Little handball over the top, chopped off. That was nicely done by Dunkley. Handball by Berry. Levi Ashcroft kicked, smothered. Taranto did well, but he just handballed it straight to McKenna. McKenna goes long to the square. No one can take it. Bailey crumbs it, and he's caught. The umpire, did he see a free kick? No free kick. Broad with a handball away. So the Tigers get out of trouble. High kick to half back. Who can take the mark? Hipworth. Can't quite snare it. Ball's on the ground. They jump on top of it. Here's Ashcroft. Ashcroft will. Long shot at goal. And might have just snicked the post. A behind. So 1-2-8. The Lions. The Tigers. 1 straight 6.
Floston, kick-in duties. Scans up ahead. Looks out to that far side of the ground where the ball has lived for the most part of this first term. Kicks long to the outer wing. Big fist from behind came from Harris Andrews. It's over and out. A boundary throwing in front of the big screen that reads Brisbane 1-2-8 to Richmond's 1 straight 6. 7.5 gone here at Bellarine. So Richmond playing a home game here in Tasmania this year. They'll do the same again next year just to fill the Hobart footy content void before the Devils come in 2028. From the ball in, scramble in after it. Bailey couldn't win the clean possession. He wins it on the ground. Orechko comes in over the top. And we'll have a ball up right on the 50-metre line. Brisbane attacking end.
I just thought they hated playing at the Docklands so much that they would keep driving south.
They didn't need much convincing, I don't think, Richmond to bring a game down to Hobart. One of those Docklands games as Rechko comes away with it for the Tigers. Shares it with Prestia by hand. They move it forward. Kick inside 50 now. They've got a man out the back. Well positioned was Lafau. Had it knocked away though. Brisbane defence arrives, and here's Rioli. Wonderful chase down tackle on Berry. Goes unrewarded. Tiger fans in raptures. They are livid. Maurice Rioli pinned Jared Berry stone cold, and 9 times out of 10 that is holding the ball as the replay gets shown on the big screen, and they wonder what might have been 15 metres out from goal.
I think he did just get a handball away, so probably good umpiring there.
Agreed. It went out of bounds, and the umpire now balls it in. Here is Berry shoveling a handball out, looking for Tunstall. Going hard was Answorth. He's brought to ground and able to win a clean disposal. The Tigers lock it in inside their forward 50.
There was a gold medal at the Olympics for closing speed. I think Maurice Rioli might just be in with a big chance. What a rundown that was. Ball's at half-back. Tunstall just kicks it out of there for the Lions. Miller just knocked it forward for the Tigers. In goes Grill. He can't pick it up. Rayner ducked the head. Got tackled. Umpire said free kick. Front on. Then he just hurls Boston away. He's got a little bit of strength as Cam. Now gets it away to a teammate now to Answorth. Answorth kick was smothered. Now back to Answorth. And they've broken it up here. Here's McKenna. McKenna kept it low, but it was too low for everyone. It sneaks out the back. Hipworth tried to get a hurried right boot on it, but the Tigers are going to relieve the pressure. Banks with a handball on the outer side. Back pocket. Now to Broad. Broad thought about an in-ball handball, but it ends up over the top to Hopper. Another handball away. Lafau. Now, play's been stopped because I think it's a free kick downfield. Lafau's on the wing and on the outer side, and he'll take the free kick downfield.
Hopper was just taken out of it after disposing of the footy. So Rechko, your man Nida, he's been prominent early as well. Another disposal for him. He cuts one inboard to Sam Banks, playing on his home deck. Former Clarence boy, of course. They work it through the middle here, the Tigers. Broad pumps a long one deep inside 50 for Richmond. Fizz come over the top from Andrews. They have the numbers at the fall of the ball, do the Lions. McKenna shares it with Ashcroft. Now Bailey. The Stars combine in the middle of Bellerive, but the kick is chopped up by Hopper. Ends up with Taranto. Ball inside. Can't quite hit the target of Folau. Goes in after it. He's got a pack of Lions to contend with. 3 converge. Lay the tackle, and it's locked in inside the Richmond attacking 50. 25 metres out from goal in the right forward pocket. Umpire balls it up. It dribbles out toward the boundary line. It's over and out for a ball in. Brisbane 1-2-8, leading Richmond 1 straight 6. 11.5 gone. First term Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Been a very spirited start by both teams. Both teams seem really up for it, both physically in the game, and yeah, it's a really good contest at the moment.
Fort and Bolter. It's right forward pocket. Tigers in attack. Bolter tried to get to the front, but then Fort just took it out of the ruck and then just clears it with a high kick. Hipwood gets the knock away, but he's been infringed on. Well, no, it's a free kick going to the Tigers, going to our man, the Tom Stewart lookalike in Annan. So he's drifted forward. He gets the handball away now. Long kick goes inside 50. No one can take the mark. In goes Fletcher. He's tackled. Ball just jars loose. Then goes back under again. A lot of players around the footy. No one can extract it out of there. And the umpire says, I'll ball it up. We've gone 12 minutes in the first term. It's a couple of points. The margin, the lead to Brisbane. So it's about 40 metres from the Richmond goal. Bolter said, what you can do, I can do better, but then got the kick away. It was a fresh airy. Now taken by Tunstall. Tunstall's had a few kicks. That one was smothered. In goes Dunkley. Nice hard ball get, but he turns it over. And it is coming back, and the man has taken it is Oliver Hayes-Brown.
I reckon that's at least 3 or 4 smothers from the Tigers, and it's always a good sign of how switched on they are.
Hayes-Brown about 65 from goal. He's just going to set it up to the teeth. Flying through nearly on the second bite was Lafau. Had it knocked away from him, only as far as Taranto, whose kick was smothered back the other way. Ashcroft might have been taken high. Umpire said no. In fact, it's holding the ball. Taranto just kept and persisted with the tackle. Stripped him of the footy and earns himself a free kick inside forward 50 for the Tigers. And he'll kick for goal from about 47 metres out if he elects to do so.
Deemed a shrug, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right, mate. I think the umpire said you caused the high contact, so there's your prior gone, holding the footy. I'd love it if the umpire started paying that one a little bit more often.
So Tim Taranto, 4 goals on the season for him, who does plenty of work at the coalface through the middle of the ground for the Tigers. And kick from just inside 50 on a tight-ish angle. Tim Taranto sends his ball goalward. Liked it as soon as it left the boot. Finger points to the sky, and the Tigers have goal number 2.
Just the nuances of Taranto to be able to understand that Will Ashcroft's going to play underneath the game and play low. So he brought his tackle technique in low and was able to, get the free kick. And it's just great tackling because, as I said, Ashcroft's a master as is Lockie Neal, as is Rayner, of playing low through the game. And terrific tackle by Taranto and rewarded with a great goal.
2 straight 12 go the Tigers. Brisbane 1-2-8. They lead by 4 points. 14.5 gone first term here at beautiful Bellerive. Sunday footy for ABC Sport.
Tim Taranto's 5th goal. He had 4-7 coming into this, so the accuracy was a little bit lopsided, but he's trying to level that up. His 5th goal. Well, the Tigers in front by 4 points. They've been willing so far. Draper from the ball up in the middle, taken by Hopper of Richmond. He kicks it wide to the flank. Well done by Wilmot, just trapped it, controlled it beautifully. The kick was out in front of Lohmann, but did that just float off the hands? And a boundary throw in, it did. And a ball in right near the interchange gates. On the broadcast side of the ground, Tigers really taking it to the lines at the moment. Draper got in front, knocked it down. Rayner couldn't snag it. Reville will receive it from, nice dummy too, received it from Neal. Then a real worm burner to Bailey. Bailey tried to paddle it forward. Here come the Tigers again. Taranto, nice handball to Hopper, who's in a bit of space. A little dummy, then a real wobbling kick forward. And it's been taken by Brain. So Brain's got it at half back for the Lions.
Right in front of the commentary position here at Bellerive. Short ball is good to Neal. He's got Ashcroft running around the back. He receives the handball and now kicks Brisbane to right half forward. Over the top comes Tom Brown, knocks it out towards the boundary, but Zach Bailey pounces on a loose footy, showed some candy, got around an opponent, and then kicked a beautiful banana from the tight angle. A Bailey banana was a beauty. 2-2-14 go the Lions. Richmond 2 straight 12. What a goal from Zach Bailey. 15.5 gone here at Bellerive. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Nathan Burke, that was something.
It was something, and lesson for the Tigers. Little things that you do wrong against good teams will cost you. That was a pretty easy spoil from the Tigers. It should have been out of bounds. They didn't quite get it out of bounds. Bailey just runs, traps it, dodges inside again. You've got to corral the guy out of bounds. You can't let him come back inside. And talented players will hurt you like that by putting a banana through from 40 out. But 2 basic mistakes of a spoil that should have gone out of bounds. Corralling a player out of bounds cost you dearly, and that's what happens with young sides.
Wouldn't that warm the heart of any Adelaide recruiter, that would. Here's Hopper. He kicks inside 50, high ball. No one can take the mark. Knocked down. Fletcher can't get through. Sonsi's got him. Ball jars loose. Kicked off the ground. Here's an opportunity for Oliver Hayes-Brown. Now gets it back to Tresize. Tresize doesn't know which way to go. Feeds it back to Vlosten. He's about to get locked down by McKenna. Handball away. Tigers under enormous pressure. The game's really amped up in the last couple of minutes. And Lohmann's over the top of the tackle on Banks, I think it was. And it'll be a ball up on the wing. On the broadcast side, the Lions by 2 points. We've gone 17 minutes first quarter here at Bellerive on ABC Sport. Is there a blood rule? There certainly is.
Yeah, Hopper.
Hopper's the man to cop it. And I don't know. Is that who's come back on for them? It might have been Taranto, who might have been having a little breather. Here's a chance for Prestia. He kicks forward. Gallup couldn't take the mark. Crumbs done beautifully by Wilmot. He fell over. He's going to turn it over. Force it this way, that way. Screws it across the body. Campbell, who's really tricky, had not rolled through for a goal. Campbell tried to gather. He missed it. And lucky he did. Because the goal goes through from Fawcett. And the Tigers back in front. And they are 3 straight 18 to the Lions, 2-2-14. Nice little snap from Fawcett, and very lucky that Seth Campbell didn't try and gather that.
Yeah, Wilmot gathered it beautifully. He read it in the air well. Wilmot, he actually just lost his footing, just slipped up, and then he sort of given an errant handball out the back, and Fawcett was able to pounce and get it through the big sticks. It was a lovely snap, a good young player. Wilmot's some kind of player, though. Even he made that error, his read and his speed just to get onto that ball first, even though he created the error, is something to behold.
So Liam Fawcett kicks his 9th of the season. The Tigers' 3rd of the afternoon. They're enjoying a 4-point advantage here in Hobart. Out of the middle again. It's Dunkley and Taranto. Lock horns. Taranto just goes Socceroo style, straight up and under. But only as far as that man Wilmot. His kick isn't much chop. To the bootlaces of a teammate. Grill was there to intercept for the Tigers. Shared it with Prestia, then back to short. Now Grill again. He's out on the outer side. Thought about cutting inside and then just looped a handball over the top to a teammate in Tresias, who forced it on the lead beautifully. Lunging at it was Liam Fawcett, taking it in the hands very nicely indeed, and he'll kick for 2 in a row.
I'm just going to look up the stats, but the centre bounce clearances seem to be hugely in favour of the Tigers at the moment. The work they're doing in there, Noah Bolter is competing extremely well when he's in those centre bounces, and the guys under his feet are doing a good job. That was scrappy, but it's better to have the ball going your way than the other teams.
3 straight 18, the Tigers. Liam Fawcett hoping to keep the perfect record intact. He crosses the paint of 50. He'll kick from 48 metres out, 45-degree angle. Can't quite do so. Misses just to the near side. So first blemish for the Tigers, who got a 3-1-19. They lead this game. Brisbane 2-2-14. 20 minutes gone first term.
Yeah, it's 4-1 out of the centre in favour of the Tigers.
Fletcher with the kick in. Finds Answorth, who goes long to the wing, and good mark by Draper. Just strength on Broad, and Broad's pretty strong. He goes long to half forward over the back. Bloston tried to knock it away, brilliantly done by Miller, who got the handball away to Brown. Brown's kick down the line. Sonsi and another were there. The mark is taken by Tresias, I think it is out there. Little chip kick is okay to Jaden Short. So Short's got it on the wing, just in front of the big scoreboard on the outer side. Tigers going to the left of your radio dial. Short goes in short and finds Broad on the wing.
So outer wing for Nathan Broad in front of the hill. His kick was smothered. He tried to just pump it up the line. Reveal arrives on the scene, gathers the footy. Just tries to poke a ball up the line to Rayner, who had to show some courage and did so. Marked in front of Brown. Gets onto his right boot. Spears the ball inside 50, looking for Morris. And he marks, sliding on his knees in the left forward pocket for the Lions. And Logan Morris, this emerging superstar of the competition, fresh off a bag of 7 against the Gold Coast Suns.
Some kind of kick by Rayner. I mean, I think he'd had a half a metre, 30 centimetres to work in. That's all the gap Logan Morris had, and he just kicked it to advantage side, and Morris was able to kick into the footy and get it on the lead.
He'll have to kick the snap from about 40 metres out, tight on the boundary. That looks pretty good indeed. Logan Morris. Well, that's why he is one of the emerging superstars in this competition, because he can do it all. And he puts through his first of the afternoon. Brisbane go to 3-2-20. Richmond 3-1-19. They lead by a point. 22 minutes gone. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Nathan Burke.
He's moving into that territory of full forwards where they don't need a lot of opportunity. That's probably the first time the ball's been really directed openly to him. And it was right out near the boundary. So if you're the Tigers, you're going, mate, you can have shots from the boundary all day long. But first mark is taken, first kick he's had, goes through for a goal.
He's like a slightly bigger version of Gunston, isn't he? Like they like snipers. They don't need much. They're 4 or 5 shots, and that's enough.
Yeah, very good accuracy from the centre ball up. Tigers come out, high kick. Berry's going to gobble it up on the wing. Played for a 50-metre penalty. Neil has run on. Where's he going to hook this back into? He's going to go down the line. tried to straighten it up a little bit. Up they fly, just inside shallow 50 for Brisbane, and it'll be a ball up. Well, he can just kick goals from any angle, Morris. The accuracy part of his game is what really making him impressive. From the ball up, out come the Tigers. Kick was smothered again. Rioli knocked it down to Taranto. Taranto knocked off the kick. Good defence by the Lions. But they get it back again to the Tigers. A little quick, only half distance, goes to Gardner. Gardner for the Lions, goes long. Up they fly. Vlosten couldn't take the mark, didn't knock it away. In fact, it was Broad. Picked up by Bailey. He is a goal sneak, and he can't sneak one here. Just away to the right-hand side. And the Lions go to 3-3-21. They're a couple of points up on the Tigers. 3-1-19. We've gone 23, almost 24 minutes. First term.
Tom Brown with ball in hands. Kicking duties. It's a good, entertaining start to this one here in Hobart. As he takes his full ground and kicks out toward that outer side. Jasper Fletcher got a hand to it. Over it goes for a ball in. It's a healthy crowd. As filled the David Boone stand. Lots of yellow and black. Very well supported in this part of the world. Richmond. Spoke of some of those names off the top of the broadcast. Royce Hard and Jack Revolt. The list goes on. Forward go the Tigers now. 2-1 at right half forward. Auger was outpointed. That was a really good bit of work from Darcy Gardner in the end, who just juggled it over the top of Auger's head and completed the mark on the way down.
I think, as Berkey alluded to earlier, when that ball comes in high, Brisbane are going to have a real advantage in the air. It's going to have to continue to come in low and hard and flat so they can sort of get plays out the back if they can. Gardner kicks beyond the far wing. What was the target? It eluded him, slapped in the direction of Taranto. He couldn't quite get his hand on the footy. Trezise come up with it. And they have it on the outer side via Steely Green. Seth Campbell got forward, received the 15-metre pass. They work it around the boundary here to the Tigers, and the juggling mark taken by Harris Andrews. So they get the interception inside defensive 50 to the Lions, and the lateral kick is good to Zach Bailey.
Had a casual Olympics. I think Harris Andrews might be in that as well. What a hook in that was casually. Kick not too good. Another little short one, and finds Taranto just outside his attacking 50 on the outer side. Not much going on. They've decided to go in short. That's a good option to Fawcett, who presented well. Exactly what you were saying, Matty Knights, that they can't just bomb away because the Lions will kill them, and they've got to get on the lead and have those short options, and that was a lovely lead up by Liam Fawcett.
He created the mismatch, had Bailey following him there, so good movement by the Tigers key forwards to create that.
Well, he missed one from almost this same spot a few moments ago. What has he learnt from that? Much breeze, no cross breeze. He's got under it. It's a good-looking kick. It's working its way back. The Tigers get another. They keep popping the questions in this first term to the Brisbane Lions, and they get their fourth goal. They're 4-1-25. They take the lead back. The Lions 3-3-21, and we've gone 26 and a half in the first term.
Yeah, certainly the areas they're challenging Brisbane in the Tigers is one, centre bounce, and then two, they're able to lower their eyes going inside 50, and good to see young Fawcett getting an opportunity in the front half. Obviously Jonty Fall has played a lot in the front half for the Tigers. This early part of the year is a big key, and it's just great to see another young key forward coming through for the Tigers, particularly with Lynch coming to the end and still hanging in there. But yeah, really good tonic for the Tigers.
Start here for Richmond, going blow for blow with the reigning premiers here in Hobart. Basketball fans out there, you'll might have learned that the New York Knicks are the NBA champions, have defeated San Antonio. As we go again out of the middle, Berry tracks it out to the far wind. Brings it under his spell. He's got Neal in support. He put him under the pump though. He received and was immediately tackled by Steely Green. Umpire arrives. It goes on the logo. Out of the ruck, Draper just swung around and hooked it inside 50. Got some good purchase on the kick. On the bounce is Logan Morris, who gathered the footy, then kicked a high ball towards the top of the square. Charlie Cameron was there. Almost reeled in. A very nice chest mark indeed. It fell out to Bruce Reveal. And the cries of Bruce ring out across Bellerive as Bruce kicks his first. It's the reply for Brisbane. 4-3 3:27 now go the Lions to Richmond's 4-1-25, and the Lions regain a 2-point advantage. 28 minutes gone. Sunday footy for ABC Sport.
It's great to see a young player who's on the edge, Berkey, like Bruce Reville had been, in and out, back to the VFL, comes back in, and he's been able to establish himself. He's grabbed hold of that wing, and just his defence and his finishing and his prodigious kicking, and great to see a young player come through like that in the competition.
Especially into a side like Brisbane.
Yes.
You've got, it's one thing breaking into a side like the Tigers who are young and got 14 injuries, but if you get a game with this Brisbane team, you've earned it. They don't hand them out.
Absolutely.
5 lead changes in the first term. And here's Will Ashcroft from the centre of the ground. Kicked it out wide. Banks tried to get the handball over to Sonsi. Sonsi breaks a tackle. Did well. And the Tigers, through Tresize, I think it was, who got the kick away and found Taranto. Taranto goes into the centre, finds Bolter. Who's he got running for him? He's got a player out wide. How's the kick? Didn't break stride. Sonsi, he covered some territory there. Sonsi goes in short, looking for Campbell. But getting back was Berry. Read it beautifully, the intercept mark. Berry goes in short and finds Gardner on the outer side. Thought about the handball. Decides to wait on. Now runs off the line and kicks to the wing outer side. Floating ball. No one could take the mark. Levi Ashcroft just ran straight past it. Grill comes in. Nice tackle. And it'll be a ball up. 29.5 gone. And it is a 2-point lead for the Brisbane Lions.
Tim Taranto's up to 12 possessions and a goal.
Up it goes, right on the 50. Richmond attacking zone, burying his head under it. Might have been Sonsi going in again. Brought to ground and another ball up. In fact, it was Steely Green who emerges from the bottom of the pack. Draper does the ruck work down the throat of Will Ashcroft. Couldn't clear away, though. Eventually got boots a ball, and there is Sonsi taking the chest mark, running back with the flight out of the congestion.
This will be his 9th, which is the second most on the field.
So Richmond with a chance to reload as Sonsi sends them inside 50 again in the Fawcett direction. Little kick off the side of the boot, only as far as Darcy Wilmot, wrapped up in the tackle. Handball went nowhere, pounced upon by Taranto. Out in front now of man in Tresize, who's running snap from about 20 metres out. Probably should have been converted, but he misses to the near side. A minor score only. In fact, he didn't register a score. And it'll be brought in by Ty Gallop for the Lions.
Yeah, golden opportunity there. Tresize didn't have any pressure on him either. Only the pressure he felt within himself. Here's Ashcroft from half-back, kicks to the wing. Draper's the target. Punch forward by Richmond. Taken again by Levi Ashcroft. Gets a handball away to Neil. Neil's caught, but then smart enough to get it back to Levi Ashcroft, whose half-distance kick's chopped off by Vlosten. Brown's caught by Cameron. How did he get rid of that? Tunstall. Handball chopped off. Cameron. Handball back to Ashcroft. Will. Then over toward Neil. Got a kind bounce. He's running toward the interchange games. He's got to hook it back. Looking for Hipwood. Couldn't bend down far enough to Big Eric. And now it's back to Berry. Berry to Morris. Morris is 45 out. Acute angle. Just pierces that ball through for a behind. The Lions running the footy impressively down the outer side. And Morris couldn't finish it off with a goal. And it is 4-4-28. The Lions, the Tigers 4-1-25. And we've gone almost 32 minutes in the first term.
Jaden Shorts shields his eyes from the sun and then kicks out from full-back to the near side. Lafau, he might have been held in the contest. Umpire said no. Going in after it again was Brain, and then Rioli coming in over the top, playing the tackle, forcing a ball up in front of the interchange benches. That's 75 metres out from Brisbane's goal. Right half forward. Bolter took it out of the ruck. Handball forward only as far as Answorth. He went laterally to Brain, had to deal with Rioli, and then put his teammate under all sorts of pressure in Answorth. He was taken over the line by Bolter. So we have a ball in with no territory gained in that little passage of play. Deep into the first term here. 28 plays 25. 3 points to the good of the Brisbane Lions. The ruck contest, Draper and Bolter, and there is the siren. So the 2-10 17th place Tigers go blow for blow with the reigning premiers Brisbane in that first term. 4 goals apiece. The Lions hold a slender advantage at the first break. 4-4-28. The Brisbane Lions lead Richmond 4-1-25. It was A very entertaining first term indeed, Nathan Burke.
It was a really good first term, and if I'm a Tigers supporter, I'm absolutely loving what they're bringing at the moment. They're managing to keep the ball largely out of the Lions' hands. So disposals are 105 to the Tigers. So if they can rack up 400 disposals against the Lions, that's an amazing effort. 94 to Brisbane Lions. Inside 50s, 14 to the Tigers, 17 to Brisbane. Centre clearances 5-2, overall clearances 12-2, all in favour of the Tigers. So that's an amazing effort. And you look at Taranto and Sonsi with 13 and 9 possessions between them. Really, really good start from their midfielders. So everything that I think Adam Uze was hoping for, I think the Tigers delivered. They looked dangerous when they're going inside 50, wasted a couple of chances, got lucky with maybe one or two others. But at the moment, if you were just a neutral observer coming along to this game and going, okay, who's the reigning premiers and who are the ones rebuilding down the bottom, it's hard to tell the difference.
2 goals to Liam Fawcett for the Tigers in that opening term, 1 to Jasper Alger and 1 to Tim Taranto, while for the Brisbane Lions, Bruce Reveal, Zach Bailey, Logan Morris and Lockie Neal, the goal kickers. It is the Brisbane Lions leading Richmond by 3 points, 4-4-28 the Lions to Richmond's 4-1-25. Sunday footy for ABC Sport. We'll be back for the second term right after this.
Meet the builder of dreams.
It's a great honour to be leading Tasmania's new football club.
Sam Pang's brand new office comedy, Ground Up.
Time to make a little history.
Ground Up. Stream now on ABC iView. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Here's an opportunity for them to come forward. Here's Neil. Neil's shot on goal. It's curling back. They've got one. The Brisbane Lions, Lockie Neal.
Short ball is good to Neil. He's got Ashcroft running around the back. He receives the handball and now kicks Brisbane to right half forward. Over the top comes Tom Brown, knocks it out towards the boundary, but Zach Bailey pounces on a loose footy, showed some candy, got around an opponent, and then kicked a beautiful banana from the tight angle. A Bailey banana was a beauty.
Decided to go in short. That's a good option to Fawcett, who presented well. Exactly what you were saying, Matty Knights, that they can't just bomb away because the Lions will kill them. It's got under it. It's a good-looking kick. It's working its way back. The Tigers get another. They keep popping the questions in this first term to the Brisbane Lions.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Yes, Sunday footy on ABC Sport from Bellerive Oval in Hobart, where the Brisbane Lions lead Richmond in their sole Tasmanian home game for the season. The Lions 4-4-28 after 1. Richmond 4-1-25 as we await the bounce in the second term. Tim Taranto had a monster first term for the home team Tigers, 13 disposals and a goal, 2 tackles as well, while Will Ashcroft for Brisbane had the 10 disposals. Lockie Neal kicked a goal for Brisbane, as did Logan Morris. Zach Bailey and Bruce Reveal, while Liam Fawcett was the target up forward for the Richmond Tigers in what was an entertaining first term. It's a jam-packed day of sport this afternoon. The Socceroos get their World Cup campaign off and running against Turkey very, very soon. Kick-off in about 15 minutes' time in that one over in Vancouver, and we're going to have a halftime cross with ABC Sports soccer guru Ned Hall to keep us updated on what's happening in Vancouver. And if you're a basketball fan, we can tell you the New York Knicks have won the 2026 NBA Championship over the San Antonio Spurs, getting it done in Game 5, 94-90. They break a 53-year title drought. Berkey, Times Square wouldn't be a bad place to be across the next 24 hours, or it might be a little scary, actually, given how they behave over there sometimes.
Yeah, are they going to go overboard and tip over cars and light bins on fire and all that sort of stuff, or are they just going to celebrate like you are joyful that your team hasn't won anything for 53 years? But so it, you know what it does? It gives us St Kilda supporters hope.
Well, you're a very relevant person to talk to in terms of premiership droughts. How do you think that'd be down at Moorabbin? Do you think that would emulate the scenes across Manhattan down there?
I'd be flipping cars over left, right and centre.
I can just see it now. teams both in their huddles. How did you assess that one, Nida, in terms of the first term and the ability of Richmond to go blow for blow with the highly fancied Lions here in Hobart?
I didn't envisage you'd be a car flipper, Berkey, but I've got a vision of that right now. But it would be in the Big Apple. They'd be certainly celebrating for long and hard for the next month or two. I reckon celebrations will go long and strong. In regards to the game, I thought the Tigers, their system was strong. You know, the one contest, they were able to win stoppages, and then the territory game really kicked in, and they defended well behind it. They were able to defend high up the ground, and in that sort of situation, Vlosten was +1 out the back and was causing issues. From a Brisbane's perspective, I thought their goals come from brilliance. I thought Bailey's brilliance, roving, banana. We saw Rayner hit Logan Morris on just 30 centimetres of gap. He hit Morris, and then Morris snapped one from 40 out. And then Reville was a beautiful bit of crumbing and snap. So I think Tigers were great with their game style and their system. I thought Brisbane's first quarter was just around their stars, really executing at a high level, and really looking forward to this second quarter.
Good fixture unfolding here, first of two for ABC Sports. Sunday footy, out of the middle we go as Taranto slaps it forward for Richmond, only as far as Darcy Wilmot. It was touched on the way through, so the play-on call came immediately. Berry was just crashed into by a pair of Tigers as Sam Banks just wrenched it from the arms of an opponent and sent Richmond inside 50. Alga was the target, knocked away from him. It goes over the boundary, and it'll be a ball in the right forward pocket for the Richmond Tigers, who are kicking to the southern end of the ground, or the river end, or the David Boone stand end, or the right of your radio dial. For those listening at home, so a ball in, deep in attack for the Tigers. Umpire flings it over his head. Bolter got front spot, won it down. A little kick out of the congestion, breaks the defensive 50. Hayes Brown and Bailey fight after it. A little kick just finds nothing but green grass as Rayner pounces on the loose footy. He's taken over by Annan, kept it in. Hipwood missed it, was cannoned into. Sonzi gathered it for the Tigers. It's scrappy footy here at Bellerive. Nobody can win a clean disposal. Hipwood goes in after it at ground level. Miller, Hayes Brown. Now Taranto gets the clearing kick. A spiral inside 50 for the Tigers. A one-on-one contest. Fawcett's out the back, has Harris Andrews to contest with. He won the battle and then got the handball over the top to Brain, who found Levi Ashcroft on the outlet.
That is a strong mark from Ashcroft in front. A lot of pressure being placed on him there by Broad. Goes in short and finds Fletcher. Fletcher on the outer side wing. Reville pulls it back in to Gardner under a lot of pressure too. Gardner takes the mark.
Hipwood just left the ground with that stinging attack from Vlosten, and he's still looking for a little bit of oxygen down there at the moment. He's just left the ground. Draper come back on.
Yes. Gardner floats a high one. Annan knocked it away. Impressive. Taranto delayed the handball back to Hopper, his former running mate at GWS. And then the handball to Seth Campbell. Campbell's had a bounce. He lines them up and kicks long and sprays it out to the right. Sprays it right out to the right. Misses everything, and it's out of bounds on the full. That was a golden opportunity.
There was 5 Tigers and 2 Brisbane Lion players inside that forward 50. And the worst decision he could have made was kicking the ball from 48 metres out and doing that. That should have been a certain goal.
Darcy Wilmot's at right half back for Brisbane, kicks inboard to Shad O'Brien. He shared it by hand to Bailey, who goes to the one-on-one inside 50. Morris was the target. Miller got in front. Morris not done within the contest, just tapped it out in front of Kyle Lohman, who put it into the path of Connor McKenna, who streamed in and finished. Wonderful team goal from Brisbane. Logan Morris, a lunging effort, set it up. Kyle Lohman involved. And then Connor McKenna with the spoils at the end. 5-4-34 go the Lions. Richmond 4-1-25. 2.5 gone second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Nothing too concerning with Eric Hipwood. He did come off looking very sore. The doctor went over to him and waved him away. So just a bit of an impact stinger there. He'll be fine to continue.
Yeah, just to see Lohman change the angle across half back. Brought it back right into the centre circle. Bailey got the overlap, and then, once they were inside 50 of the Lions, their class of Lohman and Morris went to work and, just created something out of nothing. It was high-class work. It was one touch and a great finish.
And the Tigers blow a certain goal, and the Lions create one straight after.
One of the best sides of making you pay in this competition are the Brisbane Lions when they're on. So a free kick in the centre of the ground goes to Hayes Brown. Lanky, tall, awkward kicking style, and he's given it plenty of air. It's gone inside 50. Big punch away. Falls to Berry. Berry to Wilmot. Wilmot just scrubs a little left footer out looking for Fort. Got an ugly bounce. Then was good enough to get it to Levi Ashcroft. Levi Ashcroft just pulled the kick nicely to Morris. Morris, quick hands, got it to Dunkley. Dunkley's old helicopter looking for Draper. He takes the mark, 45 out from goal. Has them all streaming forward, does Big Sam. But we know how much he loves kicking a goal. And will he have a crack from here? I don't think he's going to be able to do a banana or a curler or anything like that. He's just to go the traditional drop punt, Matty.
Every time Draper gets it, it makes me smile because he never looks to pass whatsoever. I reckon he's a full forward in another life. Just loves having shots on goal. We'll see how he goes from around 40 metres out.
There he goes. Winds up. Gives himself a bit of room. He's got a bit of hook on this one, I think. And he puts it through for a behind. 5-5-35. The Lions, 4-1-25. Listen to Sunday football on ABC Sports.
Floston, from fullback, plays on. He's going to go long and strong to the outer side. Flyer and Bolter knocked away from him. Over the boundary it goes. A ball in. It's got right half forward for the Lions. They lead this by 10. So in it comes. Flung over the head of the umpire. As Draper just gets rid of Hayes Brown in the ruck contest. Unable to win a clean disposal. It's knocked out into the path of Shadow Brain, but Sam Cumming wraps him up. And we'll have a ball up in front of the hill. Out a wing. Up it goes once again. Hayes Brown over the top. Bailey, little quick hands. Couldn't find a target. Here's Grill. They share it through hands, the Tigers. Brown's handball was broken up. Grill applies a tackle on Reveal now. Loston comes in to lend a hand. Loman's in there too. And Grill lays another tackle. Brings an opponent to ground. We'll have another ball up. So still at true half forward now for Brisbane. Hayes Brown flies over the top with the big fist. Bailey roved at best, gave it to Reveal. Kick around the corner, bouncing inside 50 for Brisbane. Floston arrives first for the Tigers. Went one way then the other on Fort. She had it by hand to Taranto. Now Hopper. His short ball is good. It's a player up on the lead. They can get it moving here, the Tigers, from the back edge of the square. Kick is a beauty to Seth Campbell. Took it on the fly. He's got Trezise streaming inside 50. Bounces in front of him. Sits pretty. Handball over the top. Bolter has to finish, and he sprays it right across the face of goal. And they make an absolute mess of it to the Tigers. It should have been another certain goal, but they were unable to convert. They were unable to score. And Brisbane will bring it in.
Even a left footer might have been handy there, but Noah decided to go for the big money ticket. Banana, and made a meal of it. Brisbane trying to thread it out through half back to Reveal. The bun today. Then out wide. Nicely done to Dunkley. Now to Rayner. Rayner kicks long inside 50. Morris at the target. Miller got in front. Knocked it away. Floston got it back to Miller by hand. Anand now. Just a nice guiding kick to Broad. Didn't take the mark, but he's got a man flanking him in Short. Got out of trouble. Short with the handball back to Broad. They might be mucking around too much. Morris came in with a tackle. He got the handball away. Loman came in with a high tackle. And they just did muck around with it there, the Tigers. And Short decides to spread it to the outer side. And Floston takes the mark. Take two for the Tigers out of 50. Grill takes the mark. He's a very good player, Grill. Just speeds off, has a couple of bounces down the outer side wing. Then kicks it inside 50, looking for a man in brown. He couldn't take the mark. Was he infringed? The ball just rolls through for a behind.
No.
And then I wasn't following it. I was just looking at the player back. And it was Fawcett, I think, who had a snap.
He snapped from the goal square and has luckily snuck it in from a behind.
Just me.
He just landed that one in the water, just over the top of that pocket.
Steely Green, I think it might have been, who had the snap from in close and completely bellied it. Almost missed everything somehow. Harder to do than probably kick the goal. Short ball here to Zach Bailey, who just lost his footing momentarily. Can Steely Green make amends? He applies the pressure. Bailey ends up with it again from Shadow Brain. Kicks out towards the near side, but it's out on the full. And Richmond will get it back. So maybe still time to make amends here. As Nathan Broad lines up to take the free in front of the interchange benches. A short ball laterally to Jaden Short. Marks on his chest in front of Lohman. He's going to come across the ground now to Anand, who marks on his chest. He's going to flare things wide and complete the switch to Nick Floston, who marks on the logo. Centre wing, out of sight. He kicks to left half forward. Kicks misguided. He wanted to force it on the lead, but it trickles out. It'll be a Lasso free kick. Last touch, Brisbane. They bring it in via Andrews, who hits Zach Bailey on the short. So they have it inside defensive 50 for the Brisbane Lions. Bailey just has a look up the line, and that's where he goes. And Sam Draper just gets rid of the first gamer with ease in Annan, takes the mark, then tries to put it out in front of Charlie Cameron. He's got two Tigers to contend with, though. Knocked into the path of Wilmot getting down low. Prestia goes in after it, tackled by Charlie Cameron. Somehow got his handball free. They scrap it forward. Brown's there as he's forward. It just ended up fortuitously into the lap of Cam Rayner, who tried to take on three tacklers. Somehow got a handball out. Then Ashcroft was mobbed. Crowd wanted ball. Nothing doing, but the Tigers come up with it. Bolter's kick misguided. Missed the target, and Harris Andrews chops it off.
Bolter had runners alongside him. Quick handball. Don't want the big fella kicking it.
Went to Wilmot, then to Gardner. Gardner wants to use this side of the ground to really stretch the Tigers. The kick's not good. Fletcher's got some work to do. Lafau is trying to hunt him down. Now Gallop from half back. Good measured kick. Terrific. He didn't break stride, did Brain. Took the mark, then had to duck back. Then kicks a high ball inside 50. Up they fly. Good mark, Noah Bolto, the intercept. And then he spreads it to the outer side. And the mark has been taken out there. It's like Fawcett, is it out there, has taken the mark. A little short kick. And they work it back through Jaden Short. So Short's got it at half back for the Tigers. We've seen some of these Richmond boys live before. And another mark on the outer side. So they will go into attack, the Tigers. Long kick. Who can take a mark? Noah Bolter can. Terrific mark by Bolter. Bolter's found a man inside 50. Trezise goes back and takes the mark. Good kick by Noah Bolter. He's really starting to impose himself a bit. Noah made a meal of a goal opportunity a few moments ago, but he set this one up. And Trezise is going to have a shot from about 45 metres out on a slight angle.
He's had 7 touches, Noah Bolter. Started in the ruck and pushing forward as well, taking him out of his usual defensive spot, which I like. It's a good move.
Trezise hasn't kicked a goal this year. Lines them up in the left boots, and he still hasn't kicked a goal this year. He's pushed it away to the left, and the Tigers move to 4-3-27 to 5-5-35. The Lions lead 12 minutes in the second term.
That's some looks of the Tigers. Made a meal of a couple, and they miss a reasonably regulation set shot like that one as Darcy Wilmot takes a bounce out of full back and kicks well beyond defensive 50 all the way to centre wing out of side. Conor McKenna just got rid of his opponent, took the chest mark and had a real chance to launch Brisbane forward, but couldn't quite hit the target in Charlie Cameron. Tigers come up with it through Miller. Now Prestia, his kick was trying to get there to Rioli. Grill took it on the bounce, released short by a foot. Now he goes inside 50, kick misguided again.
Short's kicking today hasn't been great. Normally he's one of the best kicks in the competition going around. He's just taken a second too long or not found the right target. Just seems a little bit out of sorts. Defensive
mark was taken by Gallop and Bailey. And they work it around by Tunstall, but his kick is intercepted now by Bolter, who, as you pointed out, Michael Maney, is working into this game pretty well. He has it on the near wing. Kicks to a 4-on-1. Lafau, he put him under the pump, but he did manage to bring it to ground. They're going after it. Draper had his legs taken out. Umpire said play on. Here's Banks receiving the handball. Back to Kai Hannon, the debutant, who puts Richmond inside 50, floating in from the side and able to take the mark was Green. Alga later tackled. Hands free, though, from Brain, who got it back to Darcy Ford. His kick was a shocker off the shin. This will allow the Tigers in, and they shouldn't miss from here as Alga takes the mark 20 metres out on a slight angle.
Yeah, Bolter and both Annan have been really significant in the last sort of 5-6 minutes, just in the air and with their composure by foot, and it's good to see both big men having an impact on this game.
So Jasper Alga, he kicked 3 last week against the Swans and has 1 so far this afternoon. Running up for his second here. He'll do so from about 25 metres out by the time he kicks it on a slight angle. Jasper Alga on the runway. He only just snuck it in, but he'll take it. And Richmond hit back and cut the margin back to 2. 5-3-33, the Brisbane Lions. Sorry, 5-5-35, the Brisbane Lions. 5-3-33, go the Tigers. 2 points the margin, 14.5 gone. Second term here at Bellerive. It's Sunday footy for ABC Sport. Matthew Knights.
Yeah, just great to see the modern proactive defender like Broad was then. He sort of took a chance. He played 5 metres in front of his direct opponent. Saw the Lions were going to switch the ball back to the corridor and just was proactive, made a great play and then was able to execute inside 50 and great finish in the end. But all set up by Broad's proactiveness as a back half player.
They've taken 5 marks inside 50 to the Lions 3, and the tackles inside 50, which I think that goal pretty much came from there, was 7 in favour of the Tigers to 2 the Lions.
2 goals to the number 29 Tiger, and he's been known to kick a few goals, 29. Back in the centre. They might be going forward here again. Little handball forward. No one can actually take it. Spinning around. Almost getting a free kick was Hopper. And he's going to get it. He copped one over the shoulder, did Jacob Hopper. And here's an opportunity for the Tigers to hit the lead. 5 lead changes in the first term. It has been Brisbane's terms for a little while, but now the Tigers get a chance to kick back.
Funny anomaly that if you duck your head and get hit high, well then it's not a free kick, but if you slip over causing the same thing, it's a free kick.
A little bit intent, is it? Here's Hopper from the paint of 50. Oh, geez, not really got that too well. Just speared it into the left forward pocket low. Didn't get much elevation on it at all, and it rolls out for a boundary throw in, and he has a bit of a chuckle about it.
He come off the toe, that one.
Probably not a known launcher from beyond 50, Jacob Hopper. They still have it inside their 50 and a chance. But it'll be broken up by the Lions as Ty Gallup receives the handball and kicks out into the direction of Charlie Cameron. He gathers on the bounce in front of the interchange benches and tries to weave some magic. He gets himself tied up in knots, and then Sam Banks, the hometown boy, got the handball away somehow, but Richmond turn it over. Sonzi thought about the handball to the man on the outside, and the driving ball inside. Couldn't quite find the target. He goes in again, a little spin move. Tried to get the handball out to Alga. Lions will come away with it through Jared Berry. They share it through hands. Here's McKenna. He hits the target. And Bailey has it. At left half forward, Neal receives the short ball. He goes short again into the path of Logan Morris. Split the chest mark, then regather the footy. His grubber inside 50, no good. It's slippery out there. Plenty of players losing their feet. Prestia was one of those, but got the handball up to Ben Miller, whose agricultural kick was good enough. Loston, and now Trezise. Inside 50 go the Tigers, and Taranto marks in the right forward pocket. He's looking inboard. Now he decides to just take a deep breath and maybe go back and have a set shot. It'll be a tightish angle. It'll be 6 or 7 metres in from the boundary.
Well done, Ben Miller, down here. I love defenders who don't concede. The players coming out taking a chest mark in front of them, they just get that last-minute lunge in, spoil the ball. Because he did that, now Taranto's having a shot for goal down the other end.
For his second on the afternoon from about 40 metres out on a tightish angle. He might have drilled this, Timmy Taranto. He has. And the Tiger faithful erupts here at Bellerive. as Tim Taranto puts Richmond back in front. That's his second of the afternoon. 6-3-39 go the Tigers. Brisbane 5-5-35. 18 minutes gone. Second term Sunday footy on ABC Sport. The Tigers showing some real fight here in Hobart, Natty Knights.
Yeah, it's good to see Taranto actually go forward, either as a forward player or drifting forward as a mid and get shots on goal. And it's probably something he's needed to add to his game to probably take the next step as a midfielder. He's obviously great in the contest. He's great in the contest method. Can he go forward and kick goals? And he's certainly done that today and hit the scoreboard, and it's certainly helped the Tigers in a low-scoring game to get 2 out of Tim Taranto this early.
Lead change number 6 in the match. All Tigers goal kickers are multiples. 2 to Alga, also Taranto and Fawcett. Back in the centre, Brisbane looking to respond. Free kick might be coming back to Ashcroft. Will thought about the handball to Bailey, but he was covered right in the centre of Bellerive Oval. Ashcroft goes long. Hipwood ran under the footy. Might have been a high tackle there on the Richmond defender who was in there, but nothing doing.
Tigers' small defender's been amazing. Lohman, 1 possession. Charlie Cameron, 1 kick, 1 scrubby handball.
He made a meal of things out on the wing just a moment ago. Here's Bailey. Threw his head back looking for a free kick, ever so slightly. And the umpire will ball it up. It's about 35 metres out from the Brisbane goal. They're in attack. Tigers lead by 4 points. Taranto's goal, exceptional from the pocket. A lot of players around. Banks tried to get the handball away. Hipwood, a handball to Will Ashcroft. His kick smothered. A lot of smothers today. I think we're on target for a world record in smothers.
Certainly a part of the ground you've got to be a high alert if you're the Tigers. When they've got Lohman and Rayner and Ashcroft around these forward 50 stoppages, you have to be man-specific.
Straight out of the ruck goes Eric Hipwood onto the left boot, sends one goalward. He'll miss everything out on the full. So Eric Hipwood's return has been fairly low-key so far. Back from that partial ACL tear last year, had the surgery in September and was playing game 200 today. So just the 4 disposals for him so far this afternoon. Brought in from the out-of-bounds free kick for the Tigers, but Harris Andrews stands tall and intercepts. So another chance here for Brisbane. Ashcroft on the short. Sends the Lions inside 50. Lohman, too deep. Flies in and takes the mark on his chest. And he'll kick for goal from about 40 metres out on a tightish angle. This is the sort of mirror image of the Tim Taranto kick a few moments ago.
Sorry, Tiger fans, I knew when I mentioned Lohman and Charlie Cameron hadn't had a touch that they would bob up and get involved. So this is Lohman's second possession. Jaden Short has had him, and Short's up to 10.
Aiming to become the 6th individual goal kicker for Brisbane so far this afternoon. And he leaves it off to the near side, a minor score only. So cut the margin down to 3. They go to 5-6-36 the Lions, trailing Richmond 6-3-39, 21 gone. Second turn.
Short kick out is okay. Finds Hopper at half back. Still inside defensive 50. Little short one is okay. Coming. He goes long. Lafau, the target. Awkward bouncing high ball. Brilliantly knocked down by Campbell to Rioli, who spins this way, that way, and then gets caught. The umpire said, "You're done, Morris." And free kick will go to Gardner, who's your old tough as boot leather defender. Short to Answorth, who goes short again laterally to Levi Ashcroft, and Answorth kept running and they spread it out to this side of the ground. Brain takes the mark. He's had some good moments, Brain, been involved, and he's still at half back on this side of the ground in front of the Ricky Ponting stand. He kicks to the wing. It's a shallow ball, and the mark has been taken by Cumming. Just floated in, takes the mark right on the wing, kicks it high down the line, and Harris Andrews, that's just bread and butter for him. And a mosquito fleet around him. Here's Levi Ashcroft, goes short to McKenna.
Marks in front of Brown. And half back here for Brisbane. Short ball to Ashcroft W. And McKenna kept on running around the back. Received the handball, and he goes out wide to Gardner, who just lopes on that outer wing. Handball out to the bootlaces of Brain, but he was able to gather it, then goes inside, then outside. He lost his footing too. They're all slipping over here at Bellerive. He managed to salvage things. It was Gardner, then McKenna, and back to Brain, and then the short ball is good to Will Ashcroft, just in front of the logo. Centre wing out of side. Analysing what lies ahead is Will Ashcroft. Just throws it on the boot and goes deep inside forward 50. Gee, what a ride there from Nick Floston, getting up too deep and taking the strong defensive mark.
It's great defence by the Tigers. They were looking around for a short all over the place. Tigers didn't give them one. Bombed it. Oh, goodness.
And now he's turned it straight over, put it straight down the throat of Zach Bailey. Not 15, said the umpire. He wheels around onto his right. Did he have the distance? He didn't. It just pitched inside the goal line. Taken, and they're under all sorts of pressure here, the Tigers. Rechko shared it with Miller, who kicked up the line now. One-on-one. Taranto involved. He goes to work on Tunstall. They fight at a good old-fashioned one-on-one battle right into the benches on the boundary line, and Taranto's eventually worked over, and there'll be a ball in just in front of our broadcast position here. Slightly attacking side for Brisbane. Deep into this second term, Richmond hold a 3-point advantage. It's right in front of where Andrew Cooling's stationed for us on the boundary this afternoon. Bolter takes it straight out of the ruck, sends a left foot spiral inside 50 for the Tigers. Lafau kept his feet. Andrews gets back. He's hassled by Fawcett, has to share it with Answorth. Couldn't get a handle on the foot. He paddled it to Neal. He was dispossessed. Campbell taken in the tackle. Coming through was Reveal. It spills out to Levi Ashcroft, off to his brother Will. Handball out in front of Reveal. Spins inside. Levi comes and lends a hand. Back to Reveal. And sends a long ball up to half forward. Morris direction off his hands. Good defence played by Miller. Knocked over for a ball in right in front of the commentary position at left half forward for the Brisbane Lions.
Lead handball across half back just to be able to get themselves out of danger there, Brisbane, and Morris give a good contest down the line.
Adamuse's got to be happy with the intent and the fight in the Tigers today. Bolter knocked it down. Ends up with Rechko. Rechko's little short kick and just ran out of room. It'll be a lasso. He's looking for Alga. It's just in front of the interchange gates. And the free kick will go to Fletcher of the Lions. What's he got in front of him? He might go long to Darcy Fort here. Fort and Bolter. He runs off his line, goes high. Bolter and Fort. It gets a little bit further past, and Anand takes a well-judged Tom Stewart type intercept mark. And, gee, he's done enough, I reckon, this guy. He looks a prospect.
Absolutely.
High kick. Look at Gary Owen. Up it goes. Ball caught underneath. Umpire says, give it to me. And another ball up. 39 plays, 36. The Tigers lead the contest. Up goes Fort, knocks it down. Levi Ashcroft, Reveal, bursts through the pack, shrugs the tackle, gets the handball to Neal. Neal said, that's a hot potato, I'll get it back to you, Will Ashcroft. And then back to Neal. Another quick handball back to Dunkley. Dunkley has a flying shot for goal. He might have bounced through. Lovely goal on the run. It was a little ugly, a little all over the place from the Lions, and Dunkley just threw it on the boot and it sailed through for a goal. And the Brisbane Lions re-establish a lead. It's a 3-point lead. They're 6-6-42 to the Tigers 5-9-39. Or 6-3-39, I should say. And Dunkley gets his first goal of the season after booting 6 straight behinds this year.
Well, they made them work for it, the Tigers have, and that was just a scrappy goal. Ashcroft, the ability to get his hands free through the tackle, and then Lachie Neale just putting it out in front of his teammate there. Lucky bounce. It was a banana into the goal square that bounced at right angles through, but that's the only way that the Lions have looked like getting goals at the moment, because the Richmond defence has been outstanding, and we'll talk more about them at halftime.
Sixth individual goal kicker for Brisbane as they work it out of the middle here to the Lions. Jasper Fletcher comes charging in off half-back, sends the Lions inside 50, knocked away by Anand, fell out to Tom Brown of the Tigers. And it was Jaden Short, and almost saved by the bell type scenario there as Brisbane looked to go inside 50 and kick 2 in a minute. The siren came first to signal half-time. It's a low-scoring but entertaining game of footy being played out here at Bellerive Oval in Hobart. Brisbane narrow leaders. 6-6-42 the Lions. Richmond 6-3-39. They are hanging in there, are the Tigers, and they've been large parts of the first half. Most impressive team so far. The goal kickers for you before we get the thoughts of Nathan Burke and Matthew Knights. 2 apiece for Richmond. Liam Fawcett with 2, Jasper Auger with 2, and Tim Taranto has 2 as well. While it's the opposite for Brisbane. 6 individual goal kickers. Dunkley, Neal, Morris, McKenna, Zach Bailey and Bruce Reveal all hitting the scoreboard for the Brisbane Lions. That sees the away team in this fixture lead by 3 points. The thoughts of Nathan Burke and Matthew Knights after the first half. Knightsy.
Yeah, I thought, when you're coming here today as the Richmond Football Club, Brisbane have the capacity to play really fast and aggressive through the corridor, or they have the capacity to play kick-mark football. And they're one of the teams like Geelong that have in excess of 100, 120 uncontested marks per week. So they can get you both ways. But what the Tigers have taken away, they've taken away the short kick game of the Brisbane Lions, which has meant that they've got the game back on their terms a little bit. They've been able to win the ball back and then challenge them. So, full credit to the Tigers. They've come with a terrific game plan today to try and stifle the Lions' strengths. And they've been able to get some flow themselves, obviously with contested ball and clearances in that first half. Guys like Taranto and Hopper and, I think Bolter and the guys like that have done a good job around the ball. They've held their own against a really star-studded group. On the Brisbane side of things, you can see when they get out with that slick handball, they piece 3, 4, 5 handballs together and take the ball forward through contact. And it's one of the more difficult things to do, to have precise hands through contact. And Brisbane have done that on a number of times and been able to execute because of it. So, it's a fabulous contest. As you mentioned, low scoring. But it's all set up for an amazing second half.
Berkey, your thoughts?
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about the Tigers' backline. It's there's some veterans down there, but the young guys are really holding up extremely well. So you got Tom Brown and Sam Banks. They're keeping Charlie Cameron in check. Just the one kick and one scrappy handball. That's an amazing effort to keep a player that good out of the game. Jaden Short, he's got Lohman. He's no goals, just the one possession. Vlosten, I think him coming forward and stopping the ball around in the middle of the ground, knowing when to leave his opponent, is a huge factor in the way the Tigers are playing. Miller's on Logan. He's had the one mark and the one goal early in the first quarter from the pocket. Hasn't looked like kicking another goal since then, so Miller's done extremely well. And in his first game, young Anand, I thought he's been outstanding as well, getting the football but also keeping Eric Hipwood scoreless. So he's not only beating his player, but he's joining in the attack as well. So for me, the most impressive 6 on the ground at the moment would have to be that Tigers defence.
Yeah, I think they might have found one in Kai Anand, the Geelong boy who was picked 2 in the mid-season draft, and he's looking every bit at the Tom Stewart clone so far. If we can have just a slither of the career of Tom Stewart, then Tiger fans will be very, very happy indeed. It is half-time here at Bellerive, where the Brisbane Lions lead Richmond 6-42 to the Tigers 6-3, 39. We're going to scoot off very shortly. On the other side of the half-time break, we're going to hear from Ned Hall, who's going to bring us an update from the Socceroos World Cup opener against Turkey over in Vancouver. For now, though, and first, we're going to check in with the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, hello, I'm Satyam Weinstein. The New South Wales government is considering expanding the state's drone network in response to a shark attack yesterday at Coogee Beach in Sydney's east. Digby Worthmuller reports.
The beach is normally outside the state's drone surveillance program. Restrictions linked to flights in and out of Sydney Airport prevent Surf Lifesaving from flying drones in the area. But an exemption has been given by the Civil Aviation Safety Authority. There are no nets at Coogee over winter, and the attack has renewed questions about shark safety in New South Wales. Treasurer Daniel Mookie says all options are on the table.
The budget will continue to fund the world's biggest shark mitigation strategy.
Coogee has 4 smart drum lines, 2 of which were deployed just after the incident.
The New South Wales Environment Minister Tara Moriarty has requested urgent advice on how technology can be used to better protect swimmers. Shadow Home Affairs Minister Jono Duniam is retiring from federal politics. Senator Duniam was elected to Parliament in 2016 and is widely considered to be one of the Liberal Party's best performers. He's released a statement saying he's made the difficult decision to retire before the end of the year to prioritise his family. His retirement will trigger a frontbench reshuffle for the opposition. US President Donald Trump says a peace deal with Iran is scheduled to be signed later today, despite warnings from Tehran that the timing has not been confirmed. The BBC's Thomas Morgan reports.
Today we've had a number of posts on social media from a number of different countries involved in this deal, really saying that it's going to be taking place very shortly. You've had President Trump posting on Truth Social that it's going to be signed tomorrow. You've had the Pakistanis, who've been key mediators in this deal, also saying that it would be signed imminently. The Iranians have said as well, their foreign ministry, that it wouldn't be signed tomorrow, but it would be signed the next few days. So they again are being positive and making positive noises that this is almost there.
The head of Ukraine's drone forces says a strike on a strategic chemical plant in Russian-occupied Crimea has led to a fire and the suspension of production. The plant in Armanansk produces titanium dioxide. Some reports say the entire plant has been destroyed. Police in Northern Ireland have closed streets in Belfast as thousands of anti-racism demonstrators rallied in the city. Follows 2 days of rioting in Belfast, sparked by a viral video of an alleged knife attack by a Sudanese man. Organisers of the Together Against Hate rally say provocateurs are stirring up racism and violence on social media. Matthew O'Toole from Northern Ireland's Social Democratic and Labour parties urged the crowd to push back against online hatred.
People in this crowd, talk to your racist uncle. Challenge disinformation. Do it with love, but do it with hope and do it firmly.
Hundreds of firefighters and farmers are rallying in Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen's electorate of Bendigo over the state government's emergency services tax. Some protesters chanted "Ditch the Witch," and a song appeared to play around the slogan, which was last week condemned as sexist by both sides of politics. State opposition leader Jess Wilson and the Shadow Minister for Emergency Services, Danny O'Brien, attended the rally. CFA firefighter Chris Cook says it's unfair to tax farmers who fight the fires as volunteers.
They're running businesses, and that tax is substantial. You know, and I think it's just the ethical thing too, in terms of a pro rata charging the people fighting the fires an inordinate amount in tax compared with people, I guess, in cities who are paying a lot less.
The Victorian government says every dollar raised by the levy is invested back into emergency services to help keep Victorians safe. A pilot's been injured after crashing into a fence upon landing at an airfield west of Melbourne. Emergency services were called to the Bacchus Marsh Aerodrome in Pawan this morning and found a two-seater light plane upside down. Police say the pilot was the sole occupant and has been taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The Australian Transport Safety Bureau is investigating. And Scotland has beaten Haiti 1-0 in their clash at the FIFA World Cup in the American city of Boston. John McGinn fired the ball into the back of the net with a heavily deflected shot in the 29th minute to score the winning goal. This is Scotland's first appearance at a World Cup since 1998, while Haiti had to wait 52 years. Earlier, Morocco and Brazil played out a 1-1 draw in New Jersey, while Qatar and Switzerland also drew 1-1 in San Francisco. ABC News.
In the days of the British Empire, things were taken.
So let's go find them.
If you could dig it up, you could take it back. Join me, Mark Fennell, on a brand new global hunt.
Stuff the British stole. Streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Ben Miller, whose agricultural kick was good enough, lost and now Trezise inside 50 go the Tigers, and Taranto marks in the right forward pocket. He's looking inboard. Now he decides to just take a deep breath and maybe go back and have a set shot. It'll be a tightish angle, 6 or 7 metres in from the boundary for his second on the afternoon from about 40 metres out on a tightish angle. He might have drilled this, Timmy Taranto. He has. And the Tiger faithful erupts here at Bellerive.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Yes, the Tiger faithful did erupt upon that Tim Taranto goal, finding the middle of the big sticks because it kept them well and truly in touch with the Brisbane Lions, the two premiers who were highly fancied coming into this clash but hold just a 3-point advantage at the main break here in Hobart. Brisbane are 6-6-42 at halftime, leading Richmond 6-3-39. Today's clash from Hobart, one of two taking place across the country. The other is between St Kilda and the GWS Giants. That's happening at 3:15 a little later this afternoon. But perhaps the biggest fixture in Australian sport taking place today isn't taking place on our shores. It's happening on the other side of the world in Vancouver. It's the Socceroos opening World Cup fixture. It's happening right now against Turkey, and right across it is our ABC Sports soccer guru, Ned Hall. Ned, what's happening in Vancouver?
Chris, your timing could not be better. Australia has just taken the lead against the Turks. They were on the back foot first of all. Patrick Beecher was a surprise being thrown into the squad first of all to start instead of Matt Ryan. Made a great save at one end. The Socceroos broke down the other end of the field. Nestor Irukunda got in behind the defenders and finished beautifully, sliding the ball along the floor into the back of the net. Half an hour gone and the Socceroos are in front against Turkey. Some surprise selections by Tony Popovic. He's looking like a genius at the moment. And Nestor Irukunda, he's going to be a big star out of this tournament. Australia then in front in this match. Could not be starting any better, Chris. And this, of course, comes after yesterday. The USA beat Paraguay by 4-1 in Australia's group, which obviously means that the Socceroos have got a tough test next weekend. But if they start off with 3 points in this one, which they've only ever done once before in their 6 previous World Cup appearances, winning their opening game at a World Cup, that would be a huge step forward to the knockout phase. Long way to go yet, but 28 minutes played, Australia lead Turkey by 1-0.
That's an enormous moment. Nestor Irukunda scored in the 27th minute in Vancouver to put Australia up over Turkey in the opening, their opening group clash in this 2026 World Cup. Berkey, that's huge. Australia leading in the World Cup.
I'm on the old don't count your chickens just yet. Is it my personality? They're going, it's only still 60 plus minutes to go. But I'd rather be one up than one down, absolutely. So, fantastic effort there.
See the comments out of the Turkey camp, though, I think it was yesterday or the day before, where they come out and said we're going to basically destroy the Socceroos, given the way we play and our attacking nature, and we're going to run rings around Australia. But so far hasn't occurred. 27th minute, of course, early days, but Australia 1-0 up over Turkey in the World Cup, their opening group clash over in Vancouver. So that is very good news indeed. You a big round ball fan, Nida?
Don't mind it at all. Wouldn't say I watch this week after week, but certainly will tune in, and a lot of great sport happening around the world with the round ball game, the Tour de France, the British Open on the horizon. So there's a lot of late hours to be had, or late nights to be had, watching some great sport. And it's also great to see so many just down in front of us, Devils scarves and beanies in the crowd. You know, obviously Richmond and Brisbane cohort here today, but just to see some Devils people here just thirsting and waiting for the team to arrive in 28 is something's pretty exciting.
It does just sort of whet the appetite, doesn't it, when you get a couple of the bigger clubs coming into town, particularly a club like Richmond, which is heavily supported here in Tasmania and that does have the super strong links with some of the past champions that have run out for the Tigers over the years. And then there's yourself, of course, who played there for a long time, and down in Tassie, Brendan Gale, the CEO. So the links are strong and deep. But you're right, it just does start to give you a little bit of a feel for what footy might look like in 2028 and beyond here at Bellerive, and then one day in the future at Macquarie Point under the lid.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think, like you talk about hosting, say, the Tigers or Collingwood here, and then, at Macquarie Point, and you got potentially 27,500 screaming people in the crowd supporting Tassie, and mums and dads with their kids maybe watching local Tasmanians play under the roof. It's, it's incredibly exciting, and it's sort of not only for the state itself, to feel like they're supporting a team, but also for, the tourism element of bringing people to town every second week and seeing Tasmania and its culture and the like. So I think it's hugely exciting, and being down at Launceston yesterday, it wasn't the best day for football, and we had a great win in the VFL, but it probably it does lead itself in or lend itself a little bit to why the roof's so important. You know, whether it would be a Friday night game or a Saturday night game, and it's 28,000, and you know what's going on TV all around, you know, Australia and the world. So I think it's I think it's going to be exciting in the next couple of years.
It's one out of the box years, Chris, isn't it? Because you and I have been going to York Park for a number of years now, and we've been sitting there, turn up every game, and said, the weather's great. It's not raining. It just hasn't rained here. And we've so many weeks, so many games in a row where it just didn't rain. But we're having a year now where yesterday couldn't have got too much more rain, otherwise the whole place would have been completely rolling down the river. But it is, and you make a really good point, Matthew, because Tasmanian people, it's rusted on AFL territory, this state. And to get the Collingwoods, to get the Essendons, to get the big clubs here, we haven't had that before. Hawthorn's had to play West Coast. Nothing wrong with all of these clubs. I'm not knocking them, but they just don't have that interest. The Port Adelaides and the Adelaides, etc. To get Collingwood versus Tasmania under the lid at Mac Point, and even get them at York Park, it's so much to be excited.
Yeah, I think some of those bigger teams or more high-profile teams are going to play in Launceston in those early years as well, before the stadium is built, because there's a redevelopment happening at Launceston, as we know, as the TV pictures have showed us over the last couple of games there.
Pack it out.
Yeah, and they'll pack it out.
Yeah.
The capacity will be increased, and I think some of the bigger teams will actually end up in Launceston, which is good and worthy for the good people of the north of the state. They've ended the Hawthorn arrangement, which has sort of got some people a little spooked, I think, about what happens in Launceston and how that void is filled. But I think with 5 or 6 or maybe 7 Devils games in the first 3 or 4 years, and some of the more heavily supported teams coming to town, I think that'll be forgotten pretty quickly.
Yeah, the tribal element of AFL is like, when it comes down to it in 2 years' time, it's game on. You know, like when you bring Collingwood to town or Richmond to town, you know, we're going to be going after them as a club, and them the same with us. And just to have that level of competition to come to the state of Tasmania is just going to be incredible. And you get the uprising you feel just travelling around the state, you know, working with the young academy kids that I work with at the moment, both in the male and the female space. It's the uprising of excitement and the numbers of young people wanting to play the game is really attached to the club and what it represents. And yeah, it's pretty cool.
I had my journalist hat on during the week, Nida, and the conversations I was having with people that very, very much know what's happening with the stadium and what's happening there assured me that the roof is going nowhere, despite a little bit of media speculation during the week as well. So the lid is on at Macquarie Point, based on the conversations that I've had during the week as well.
Get it done. Let's get it done. Forget the negativity. Get it done, because when it's done and when it's operational within a couple of years, people will be going, wow, this is the best thing that's actually happened in sport in Tasmania ever.
Yep.
And that's what it will be.
Yeah, it's a big period of time for Tasmanian footy, but right here, right now, there is a game to be won, potentially by Richmond in their sole home clash in Tasmania for season 2026. They trail by 3, 6-6-42 the Lions to Richmond's 6-3 39. Berkey, Richmond can win this game.
Absolutely. My concern is, Brisbane are 3 points up. How much is that because Richmond are playing just so well, Brisbane can't break away? Or is it that the Lions just aren't playing their game style and they're making some bad decisions, and Chris Fagan straightens them up at halftime and then away they come? If it's the latter, well, good luck Tigers. But if it's the former, where it's all about the Tigers, well, now it just comes down to concentration. Can they keep that going for another 2 quarters of football?
Brisbane by 3 points as we wait on the lights to go on for the broadcasters so we can get this underway in the second half. Multiple goal scorers to the Tigers in the first half, with Taranto, Alga and Fawcett, and all single goal kickers to the Brisbane Lions, with Dunkley, Lockie Neal, Logan Morris, Connor McKenna, Zach Bailey and Bruce Reville. Here we go. Second half underway at Bellerive Oval. Bolter, huge leap. Goes over the top of Draper, taken by Prestia. Feeds a handball back to Tresize. Tresize has got a man on his flank, and he chips it in beautifully, and the mark has been taken by Prestia. So it was Banks, I think, the man who got the left footer to him. Prestia runs off the line, kicks high. Gardner's going to thump it away. He does. Campbell tries to burst through, lost the footy. I thought Rioli copped one high, and the umpire said yes. One umpire said no, and the other said yes. So Rioli's about 2 kicks from goal. He's about 75 metres from the big opening. Thought about going short. Now he goes to the pocket. He's got Alga. 1 grab, 2, and the umpire's going to pay it, I think. Or is he? Yes, he is. Well, Alga worked his way to the front. I think there might have been a few other opposition knuckles in that. But Alga's been paid. He's going back to look at his 3rd goal.
Bit lucky there, Nida.
I thought Gardner might have got a piece of it early.
Yeah, a good piece.
I reckon the umpire changed his mind 3 times on the way in.
Yes.
And eventually awarded the mark. And we got the 29 lining up again.
Yeah.
Famous goal. Great Kevin Bartlett was my first coach at Tigerland, and fabulous man.
What a star. Shea Bolton also wearing that number with distinction for the Tigers over the years. From about 35 metres out, only a very slight angle, Alga has steered this through for his 3rd. And the Tigers are up and running in the second half from Bellerive. And they retake the lead. They move to 6-7-3-45 to the Lions. 6-6-42. 3 goals to Alga. He's been a real menace up forward there for the Brisbane Lions.
Yeah, 3 goals and still a long way to go in this game. If he can come away with a handful, well, then that will go a huge way to the Tigers actually winning this game. Centre clearances now 9-4 in favour of the Tigers. They're just doing an amazing job there around the ground. Stoppages 13-8 in favour of the Lions, but overall it's 17 each, which is a great result.
Yeah, Brisbane have injected Rayner in there to try to make a difference with that sort of dominance the Tigers have got. So it'd be interesting if he can make an impact in there.
Straight away off the tap was Lockie Neal streaming through the middle of the ground and hitting up Charlie Cameron. Lace out on the chest at right half forward. It was exquisite centre bounce work from the Brisbane Lions. We're looking for the instant reply. Jasper Alga, by the way, 6 goals across his past 2 weeks. He kicked 3 against the Swans last time out. And another 3 this afternoon to Charlie Cameron. He's looking to cancel it out. He's going to kick from probably right on the plane of 50, a 45-degree angle. I haven't called his name too often this afternoon. In he comes. It's a beautiful kick. Never in doubt. With a beautiful baby draw from Charlie Cameron. And they cancel out Richmond's opener in this 3rd term and regain the lead. 7-6-48 by the Brisbane Lions to Richmond's 7-3-45. And it was set up on a platter for him by Lockie Neal bursting out of the middle.
Yeah, they've been reasonably well held, the small forwards, by the Tigers. Cameron, Lohman, Bailey haven't had a huge impact on the game, but what you can't do is go to sleep on them, because they can erupt in 2 or 3 minutes. And it was a beautiful centre bounce clearance by Neal, and then he hit Charlie Cameron on the dead run.
9th lead change in this game. Cameron gets his first, back in the centre. Looking a bit like Crackers Keenan. There is Sam Draper. He's strutting around. Up they go. Bolter got the knockdown. Neal is so good in that situation. Quick hands got it to Fletcher. Back by hand to Draper, who kicks a banana very, very high. Here's an opportunity for the Lions. Little handball over the top from McKenna, goes to Bailey. Bailey working around the boundary, then spears it in, looking at Will Ashcroft, and he runs into an open goal. What a play by the Lions. Bailey doing his best dancing on the boundary line, and then was smart enough and clever enough to drill a low pass to Ashcroft, who kept running and straight into an open goal. And another goal to the Lions, and they move to 8-6-54. 7-3-45, the Tigers, 4.5 gone, 3rd term.
The Lions have been playing one of their resting midfielders as a forward. for pretty much all this game, and I like to see that. The recent days of midfielders just coming on and off the bench. We've seen Dunkley go forward. He's already got himself a goal. Lockie Neal goes forward. So if you're a defender standing there going, okay, who's next for me? And one of those guys comes trotting down, you know you're in for a tough day. So great work by the Lions to play their mids forward.
Back-to-back goals for the Lions, and they're going to go long and strong out of the middle again, this time via Cam Rayner. It was a one-on-one between Charlie Cameron, who just spilt the beans at the last moment. They go in after it at ground level. Vlosten's there, ripped down by McKenna. We're going to have a ball up inside attacking 50 for the Brisbane Lions. So Jasper Alga kicked the first off the turn for Richmond, and then Brisbane have gone bang, bang. And looking for a third on the trot here. Lockie Neal's on the move. Out of the ruck was Hipwood. Gathered his own work. Was tackled. Got it out to Dunkley. Now Ashcroft, who's lifted. Dribbler from the boundary. That is one of the goals of the year. Will Ashcroft with the impossible. The stars are shining now for Brisbane in this third term. And Will Ashcroft makes the impossible look simple with a dribbler from hard up on the boundary line in front of the Richmond faithful. An absolute gem of a finish. 9-6-60 go the Lions. Richmond 7-3-45.
Just mercurial, isn't he? Like, just his midfield, as you mentioned, Berkey being able to go forward. They've slipped Rayner inside in the centre bounce, which has had an impact. They've won the last 3 CBs. The Barnard pushed Will Ashcroft forward to hit the scoreboard, but such a mercurial finisher he is, and he showed us that on the biggest days, on grand final days, and keeps doing it as a great young player in this league.
The Tigers have got a hold on here because the Lions have been stung by that first goal in the quarter by Alga, and they've booted a couple very quickly, and Ashcroft has been the man along with Charlie Cameron. Another ball up in the centre. Draper knocks it down. Grill got a little kick off the ground, might favour a couple here. Little handball comes over the top by Grill. Now to Sonsi. Sonsi inside 50, just picks out his man, and Gardner does the work, knocks it away, and it'll be a boundary throw in. You can see 15-point lead. You can see that Brisbane have decided to flick the switch. Another goal here from the Tigers is crucial. They don't want to lose touch. Draper with strength out of the ruck. Got a muffled old kick away, but it's been marked by Bolter. Bolter just forward of the wing on the outer side. Kicking to the left of the radio dial. Bolter goes high. Who can take a screamer here? Brisbane player knocked out of the contest. Might get a free kick. The umpire says no, it is Sam Draper the man. He got a nudge in the back. The big former Essendon man, originally from South Australia. It's the free.
There's a man around the back in Berry who takes the footy, kicks it out beyond defensive 50, off hands, only as far as Rioli, who pokes it past inside 50 and hits the target. I'm not sure Sonsi was his intended target, but he gratefully accepts, sliding on and in on his knees, and he'll kick for goal from about 35, 40 metres out directly in front. Andrew Cooling on the boundary.
Yeah, Steely Green has just come back from the rooms. He came off the ground at a sprint, so he's moving all right, but he signalled immediately to the doctor, disappeared down the rooms with him for a couple of minutes. He's just reappeared, so I'll keep an eye on him.
So just to stem the flow, as Brisbane look to get on the charge, Tyler Sonsi cut the margin back to 9 from 15 points. Sonsi loved it as soon as it left the boot, pumps the fists. Teammates get around him, and Richmond get just a little steadier to keep in touch with the Brisbane Lions. Margin back to 9. Lions 9-6-60. Richmond 8-3-51. 9 minutes gone, third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Nathan Burke.
Yeah, super important, that one, because Brisbane had just got the momentum up and running. You could see the players were starting to think, okay, here we go, we're getting on a roll now. So just to put a bit of a stopgap in that is super important from the Tigers. It was their defence. I think it was Bloston or Broad who'd pushed right up to just outside his forward 50, sport the ball to Rioli. As we said, we're not sure whether that was his initial target. Lafau sort of got caught up and fell over, but most importantly, it was a goal to the Tigers.
9 points the margin in favour of Brisbane. Out of the centre, taken by Dunkley, who got it from Rayner. He kicks high. Here's Bailey running onto a full burst. Bailey from 35 metres out, splits the middle. That is as quick and as good as it gets from centre clearance. And Bailey gets another goal for the Brisbane Lions. He's now got 2. Becomes the first or the second multiple goal scorer, because Will Ashcroft with those 2 incredible goals just a few moments ago. And the Lions 10-6-66. The Tigers 8-3-51. Emphatic in their response.
Yeah, it's a real concern for the Richmond coaching box at the moment, because centre bounce clearances result in forward isolation for Cameron, for Lohman, for whoever's down there to be able to get onto the ball quickly in one-on-ones. And Rayner has really stepped up in there with Lockie Neal and the CBs, and they've really started to take control in this quarter.
The Stars really starting to bubble up to the surface in this clash here in Hobart, as Fort wins it out of the middle. Scrappy old kick. Short couldn't complete the mark. Here's Connor McKenna on the fly. Bending ball. Just missing to the near side. A minor score only. And one to the tally. 10-7-67 by the Lions. Richmond 8-3-51.
And centre bounces 9-all now. They've evened that up in emphatic fashion this quarter, the Lions.
Nathan Broad comes out to this side of the ground, to the broadcast side. Lafau's his target. Gallup got in the way. And then a big tackle. And the ball will be thrown back in just outside 50, half forward in front of the Ponting stand. And it's the Brisbane Lions kicking to the Bellreeve Bluff end of this lovely ground. Hayes over the top. Chance for Taranto. He can't haul it in. Another boundary throw in. The interchange bench has been worked profusely down there. Any sign of Steeler Green, I wonder? He's been a goal kicker for them this year. Back into play. The Tigers. High kick out of there. Lafau's got to go, but Wilmot got in front and then speared the kick, looking for Hipwood, who got a nudge by Annan. Nothing doing there. Broad. So in a blink of an eye, Annan's got it. Now he kicks long to the outer side wing. Sonzi's the target. Fletcher's there, but Sonzi takes a lovely chest mark. And Fletcher says, I was pushed. It was
a very nice mark indeed. And then he cuts one in on the 45 to Taranto. Runner from behind, Brown. He comes inboard to Prestia. 65 from goal. Short is good to Trezise, who marks on the 50. I wonder if he's got the leg from here. You'd have to get it every metre of 55. He's going to set it up instead. Just strokes one on the left foot into the pocket. Well, losing his feet was bolder, but nearly took it at ground level anyway. And then Darcy Gardner got in the grill of Seth Campbell, who's on the bottom of the pack. Umpire says play on. Ball eventually spills out. Bodies everywhere. There's a half melee going on deep in attack here. The Richmond Tigers out of the stoppage. Rioli lays a tackle as Darcy Fort goes low. Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Yeah, Green's back on his feet. Looks like he's going to re-enter the contest. He's been grabbing his side a little bit, but seems like he's going to continue.
Out of the ruck contest, they're tied up against the boundary. Ainsworth can't keep it in. We'll have another ball in. Deep in attack for Richmond, about 15 metres around from the left-hand behind post. Gardner and Seth Campbell really got into it a few moments ago. Fort, here is Gardner. Little kick out of the congestion. Prestia couldn't quite bring it under his spell. Still tracks in after it. Breaks a tackle now. Feeds Campbell with the hands. Kicks it around the body to the top of the square. Good saving mark from Gallup, who got up and rose high above the pack to save the day in defence. Short ball is good to Levi Ashcroft, who marks still deep inside defensive 50 for the Brisbane Lions. He'll use Gardner. Now it's Tunstall, who just throws the boot into it, kicks down the line to Hipwood. So pretty quiet day for Hipwood, but he's going to be given 50 metres here, and it's going to go against Trezise, I think it was, who just floated past the protected area. And Eric Hipwood, in game number 200, his first one back from that partial ACL tear. He'll have a shot on goal from about 45 metres out, slide angle.
Yeah, it's a tough one, the rule, isn't it? I mean, Hipwood was going to feed it to Neil inside corridor anyway, and they were going to get it deep inside 50, but this gives him a shot from 30 out, virtually direct in front. So be a little bit nervous, Eric. First time he's probably had a set shot for a long, long time at AFL level, and see what he produces.
On return from the ACL injury, first game of the year. Game number 200 for Eric Hipwood. Welcome back to the big time. He slots it through, and every Brisbane Lion comes from every corner of Bellerive to get around their beloved teammate. As Eric Hipwood helps the margin stretch. 11-7-73 go the Lions. Richmond 8-3-51. He comes straight to the bench, and the Brisbane faithful here at Bellerive stand and applaud as he gets on the scoreboard. A great moment. Good to see him back, Nathan Burke.
Yeah, it is. Guys who have had long-term injuries, it's such a tough road for them. It can be lonely, it can be isolating. All your mates are out there, every second week they're getting on a plane and travelling together, and you're stuck at home, and then they go out in the track and train, and you're riding a bike in the gym. It can be, as I said, lonely time. So he'll be loving being back out there.
5-1-2 straight. Brisbane in this quarter, out of the centre, goes to Berry. Berry goes out wide, but far too wide. But it will be a ball in. No lasso there. It's inside the attacking 50. And Berry, I don't know quite who he was looking for there. It didn't work too well. They've got another centre bounce clearance. Hayes Brown over the top. Handball over the top by Dunkley. Taken by Brown. Another player who slipped over. Taranto. Back to Brown. He slipped over. Broad. Close to the line. He'll want the line. Levi Ashcroft takes him there. It is right half forward with Brisbane surging. 16 gone. 11-7-73 to 8-3-51. Boundary throw in. Fort just gave Hayes Brown a nudge. Oh, Will Ashcroft just a kick out of mid-air there, I think it was. And just scores it behind. 11-8-74 to 8-3-51.
Tigers just can't get any forward footy going for themselves due to the Lions dominating the contest in the CBs. The whole game's just playing in the Brisbane half at the moment.
Game high, 23-point advantage to Brisbane. Jaden Short with the kick-in duties. There's a free kick that's been picked out of the contest here. It'll be a Brisbane ball. And board goes Darcy Gardner to Will Ashcroft, who has really got the Pistons pumping in this third term. Shadow Brain now. And Tunstall right on the bullseye. Middle of Bellerive. Pumps the Brisbane Lions deep, and over the top is Fort. Too tall, too strong. And the long, rangy arms of Darcy Fort pluck the Sherrin. So Darcy Fort will kick for goal. 25 metres out, slight angle. As Kyannan stands the mark for his first of the afternoon. And to all of a sudden stretch this margin out to 29 points. Darcy Fort lopes on in, stabbed at it a little bit, but just got it curling inside the right-hand goal post. And Brisbane had another. It's been a domination in this third term. And Darcy Fort continues that. 12-8-80 go the Lions. Richmond 8-3-51. They're out by 29 points. 18.5 gone second term Sunday footy for ABC Sport.
Marks inside 50. The Lions only took 3 in that first half, and they're up to 7 now. So they've more than doubled that just this quarter alone. And you can just tell that they're winning the ball out of the middle, so getting first juice. And as Nida mentioned, when you've got one-on-one with a 666 inside 50, they're a very, very hard team to stop for a whole 4 quarters. And I think we're seeing that at the moment in that good players. It's very, very difficult to keep them down for a whole 4 quarters, and the cream is starting to rise to the top.
Big game high lead of 29 points now to the Brisbane Lions. They're really cracking the egg. Taken by Neil, got it to Dunkley. Dunkley goes inside 50, looking for Ford again. Well done by Annan. Handball over the top, missed its target. It's close to the line, out of side. And it will be a boundary throw in. No lasso there. 12-8-80 to 8-3-51. It hasn't been blown out to these numbers all game, but Brisbane are the reigning premiers. And they've decided to flex a bit of muscle in this third. 6 goals to 2. Up it goes. Hayes Brown did nicely, manoeuvred himself in front. Campbell, haven't seen much of him, broad with a handball over the top. Now back to Campbell. Campbell just an up and under kick. Up goes Lafau. 1 grab 2, takes the mark. Richmond are up and running here. Taranto, another player slipped over, then got it away to Short by hand. Now Sonsi inside 50. Fawcett takes the mark in the pocket. A little bit of a mismatch, little handball away, and Tresize. They play the advantage. Tresize kicks the goal, and the Tigers get a much-needed goal. And they boot their 9th. They're 9-3-57. They trail Brisbane, who are doing an exceptionally good job at 12-8-80. 20 gone.
Yeah, it was a pretty contested mark by Lafau in the middle of the ground. The Tigers were under all sorts of pressure across half-back. They had to dump the ball long down the line, but he took a great contested mark. Then they were able to flow the ball off that and get some running power into it and got the ball inside 50. And it's certainly what they were needed. The Brisbane Lions were starting to really cause some concerns on the scoreboard, so the Tigers just have to remain intact and sort of try and live around that 2 or 3 or 4 goal margin if they can, to maybe make a run in the last quarter.
Well, Fawcett was stiff there because the umpire paid a chopping of the arms, not a mark. And because it was a chop of the arms, they were allowed to play on, and he didn't get a shot for goal. If he had to pay the mark, he would have had a shot for goal. So, a bit stiff.
Back in the middle, margin back to 23. The brain kick was smothered by Rioli, who receives the handball from Lafau. Now out to Prestia. Left foot wobbler inside forward 50. Force at the target in a one-on-one with Harris Andrews. Went down low, attacked the footy hard. They converge. Wilmot's there, and Answorth is over the top as well. There'll be a ball up. Inside attacking 50 for the Tigers. Can they string 2 together here? Cut the margin back to 17. Up it goes. Hayes Brown won it down, took it out of the ruck. He was tackled by Ford. It fell out to Bailey, who slapped it on the boot in no particular direction. Getting back and taking the grab was Jaden Short. He's a long kick of the footy, Jaden Short. He elects to kick for goal. He points that way. He'll do so from about 65 metres out. He sends a long and high ball. It's going to fall short. Top of the goal square type area. Lafau on the third bite. Will he be paid the mark? He thought he should have been, but there was far too much contact on that from a number of opponents' hands. Locked up. Top of the goal square. Out of the stoppage. Fort gets down low. Tries to share it with Answorth. Immediately claimed by Lafau. Brought to ground, and another ball up. Just 5 metres out from Richmond's goal. 23 points the margin. Up it goes. Hayes Brown contests the ruck. Prestia carved a path, got it back, tried to just create some separation out to Steely Green. His kick was smothered. Lohman got it for the Brisbane Lions, and they scrap in after it at ground level. Cummings down there, and he's tackled by Levi Ashcroft. Another stoppage as Brisbane gained some territory. We're about 35 out from Richmond's goal.
Been a good fight back by the Tigers. They're not giving it up. Prestia tries to burst through. Can't do so. Umpire was going to pay a free kick against him, I think. Here's taken by Hayes Brown. Nice nimble work by the big man. Wilmot just threw it on the boot. Bouncing ball. Banks is there for Richmond. Banks with little chipping passes. Okay, finds Jaden Short. A little bit closer, but on a different angle. So he'll be right on the paint of 50, Jaden Short. He might try and wind up and run around. No, he doesn't. Goes with a spear kick. And it's misdirected. And that man who's done so well back there in Wilmot takes the mark and then feeds it to Dunkley on the half-back outer side in front of the big Tasmanian sign over there. Lights are on here at Bellerive. As Dunkley goes down the line, up they fly. Draper came from a long way back and just went right over the back. Anand is first there. What will he do here? Sure, little handball is okay to Miller. Miller just does well to switch to Rechko. Rechko's got Rioli running in a bit of space, but he's decided to slow it down because the Tigers are a little bit slow in pushing across. He's got to wait for a few more numbers to get there. So he goes down the line. Alga's at the back. Fort. Alga did it nicely, took it off the pack. Then the handball in close. And then the big tackle comes in on Hopper. And then I think that ball is out of bounds on the full. And Brown will be the recipient of the free kick just back of the wing on the broadcast side of the ground in front of the Ricky Ponting stand.
Margin still 23 points. Brisbane's favour as Tom Brown just sends a high ball up the line. The near wing, Lafau gets to the front. That's a nice mark and some separation on his opponent in Gallop. He's been called to play on and he's just run out of room. He has to split a couple of Brisbane Lions defenders and then he gets around to third. Well, he got a little bit lucky there, did Lafau, and then Jacob Hopper just ducked underneath Eric Hipwood, evaded a tackle somehow, sent Richmond inside 50, but taking the saving mark was Darcy Wilmot, who's been excellent again this afternoon. Lateral ball now to Bruce Reveal, and now Jasper Fletcher in the left back pocket as they work it around the outer side of the ground by foot. Lockie Neal now takes the uncontested mark, pokes a pass out in front of a teammate in Tunstall.
I'm not sure Lafau knew what he was doing, but Brisbane didn't know either, so he eventually got out and got through the front.
He left 3 of them in his wake.
It's like a cartoon where the bad guys are on ice skates. Off the fall of the ball, here's Jasper Fletcher. Sends a long ball goalward. It's going to bounce through. Unguarded goal square. And something out of nothing for the Brisbane Lions. It was Logan Morris, the beneficiary, who read it off hands and then sent it goalward, spied the opening and capitalised. So Logan Morris adds another to the Brisbane Lions tally, and they go to 13-8-86, leading Richmond 9-3-57. An opportunist goal, 26 and a half gone in this third term for ABC Sport.
Just the uniqueness of the forwards that are the most dangerous in the AFL, whether it's Jeremy Cameron, Logan Morris, Gunston. They can get marks on the lead, they can take contested marks, but they can make something out of nothing off a ground ball and then be part of that contest play and then just launch it from 55. And, you know, sometimes they seem like they're 6'6", but other times they seem like they're playing like a midfielder, and great finish by Logan.
7 goals, 2 to 3 straight in this term. Back in the centre, free kick will go to Taranto. So Tim Taranto, we've gone 26, nearly 27 minutes, goes out wide. Rioli was his target, but he fell over. A lot of players slipping today. Grill, quick handball back to Campbell. Campbell runs into trouble, then gets it back, and now away to Grill, and Grill has kicked it out of bounds on the full. Little short kick looking for Lafau, who's just starting to find things in the air at the moment. Been pretty strong this quarter, Lafau. Neal gets the free kick and pushes it back 20 metres to Gallop, who's in the left back pocket. He'll kick to the wing. Opportunity for a nice run at it in Brown in his 50th game. Shorts it up nicely, finds Banks. Banks goes in short to find Prestia. Desperately looking for a handball there to Banks. Now he's going to go with a short kick, and that won't be 15, so he'll have to play on. Has to feed it back by hand to Prestia. Then Prestia says, oh, well, stuff this. I'll go up forward looking for Rioli. Gallop did nicely, punched it away. Doing the roving was Bolter, but he couldn't quite get a handle on it. A lot of players in after this, and the umpire says, I will ball it up. We've gone 28 minutes in the third term. 13-8-86, Brisbane. Richmond 9-3-57. 55
metres out from Richmond's goal. Rioli flashed through, knocked it into a teammate's advantage. Prestia knocked it out to Anand, who tried to strike a ball inside 50 in the Alga direction, and why not? Because he's kicked 3 goals so far this afternoon, but unable to get on the end of this one as it spills out of bounds. Ball in. 35 metres around from Richmond's goal, right hand behind post.
Dion Prestia's had a good quarter. He's had 9 possessions so far.
29 points the margin. Brisbane in front here, deep into the third term. Tunstall's kick was partially smothered, rolled out to Levi Ashcroft, shared it with Lockie Neal, and then Will Ashcroft with a looping handball over to Levi, who kept on running, and then Neal again. So these three just rack up some touches between them. Berry back to Ashcroft. Thumping ball up the line, one-on-one forms. Miller got underneath it, might have been held in the contest. Umpire saw it. And he'll get a free kick at right half back for the Tigers. So Miller a little undecided. Eventually goes back inside defensive 50 to Banks, and he'll come across goal to Floston. He's got Anand on the loose, kicks a shocker. He kicked it in front of Anand when he needed to put it in front of him, and then it was chopped off by Charlie Cameron, who finds a man in the pocket in Connor McKenna. And that's just sloppy skill error from the experienced Tiger in Nick Floston. So McKenna wedged deep up on the boundary. Distance won't be a problem. He's only about 25 metres out. Improves the angle slightly. This is going to go across the face and he won't register a score. So the Tigers get away with one. In fact, it's a minor score. So 1 point added, 30 points the margin, deep into the third term. Sunday footy, ABC Sport.
Just didn't get enough wind on it there, McKenna. What can Richmond do from the kick in? So Banks has got it hard on the line. He's got to kick over the tall Hipwood. Gives it plenty of air. Harris Andrews is in there. Algo got one hand on it. Couldn't take the mark. Rioli's there. Ball up. 30.5 minutes gone in the third term. The Lions have flexed their muscles. 7 goals to 3 in this term. Both ruckmen run into each other and fall over. And the umpire's going to pay for a kick to Brisbane. It's going to Draper. So Draper now kicks a wobbly old ball inside forward 50. It rolls over the back. Tigers will want the line. Morris, little handball out. And it'll be another ball in. 31 gone. And it is a 30-point lead to the reigning premiers Brisbane. We've just decided to get going in this third term. Up it goes. Hipwood and Bolter down to Anand. Taken by Ashcroft. Will Ashcroft snap at goal is away to the left. You have got to be on serious watch with that man whenever he's anywhere near the ball. 31 points the margin now. It is 13-10-87. Plays 9-3-57.
Miller with the kick-in duties. Pokes a short one to Bolter. Who marks inside defensive 50 for the Tigers. Bolter stabs a pass. Gee. He just made it on the fly to Brown. He was able to mark, though, and then flare it out wide to Nick Floston. He had a runner coming past in short, used him, and then he found a man further afield in Sonsi. But right half forward, the Tigers. Inside 50 goes Sonsi in the Fawcett direction. Thumped away by Harris Andrews. Answorth underneath it for the Lions. Oh, beautiful, clever bit of play. Ended up with a foul. Then Fawcett. Handball out. Grill was taken in a tackle. Swung around. All at ground level. Now Brown with the short ball. And an easy one for Tim Taranto, who marks casually in front of Lockie Neal. And he's going to go back and kick for a third goal. 40 metres out. 45-degree angle.
Yeah, it's good to see him having his third shot. Lafau's had a really good quarter. I felt he was out of the game early. He's come into the game in this third quarter, whether on the mark or just in general play contest work. He's been really lively in the forward line. And now the result is Taranto's going to have a third shot on goal by Richmond's pressure inside 50. 24 disposals and 2 goals so far this afternoon. He can add a third with a straight kick. It didn't really look like it off the boot. It's going to fall short and be knocked over for a minor score. That margin, decreases by 1 for the Tigers, down to 29 points, deep into the third.
Tim Taranto, 2 goals, 1. Gallop. Kicks to the wing. No mark. That was a big clash. Annan was in there, had the headband almost dislodged, taken away by Tresize, who kicks inside 50. Lafau running with at the flight of the ball. Here's Rioli. Oh, almost a bit of magic from Morris. And that's really hard to do, is to kick the point post on the full, but he's managed to do it. It's out of bounds on the full. He pounced on that like a panther, did Morris Rioli. Tried the old check side and couldn't get it done. A little short kick is okay by Fletcher to find Will Ashcroft, who's doing it at both ends. 2 goals, 3 in this quarter to Will Ashcroft. Thought about another short kick to Fletcher, but decides to hoist it up high, looking for Draper. Anand at the back, big thump away. Siren goes as the Tigers are trying to move into attack through Grill, and it bounces away. It's 3/4 time at Bellerive Oval here in Hobart, Tasmania, and it is the Brisbane Lions who have booted 13 goals, 10, 87 to the Richmond Tigers 9-4-58. Going through the goal kickers for the Lions, we've got 2 to Will Ashcroft, Logan Morris and Zach Bailey, and then singles to Josh Dunkley, Lockie Neal, Charlie Cameron, Connor McKenna, Eric Hipwood Darcy Fort and Bruce Reville. And for the Tigers, 3 goals to Jasper Alga, 2 to Liam Fawcett and Tim Taranto, and then singles to James Dressais and Tyler Sonsi. 3-quarter time, it is the Lions 13-10, 87 to the Tigers 9-4, 58. And Matthew Knights, Brisbane hit the button, flicked the switch, and they put a bit of distance between them and the Tigers.
Yeah, they did. They had a marvellous quarter, the Brisbane Lions, albeit it was an even first half. They changed their centre bounce structure, so Draper started to get over the top. Neil and Rayner started to get on the move in the CB and create some issues for Taranto and Hopper, and then on the back of that CB dominance, they were able to play their game in their half and build pressure, and there was a lot of forward 50 stoppages, but forward 50 stoppages are the Brisbane Lions' friend, because Bailey and Ashcroft and Charlie Cameron can go to work in there and put pressure on the opposition. So they were certainly being able to establish their style of game. In saying that, I think whenever the Tigers have gone forward, guys like Gallup and Wilmont have been, pretty sound back there today. Fawcett's had a good duel with Harris Andrews. I think he's done quite well. Harris hasn't had quite the effect, but all in all, they really got on top in just different parts of the game, and they just showed why they're the premiership contender again.
Brisbane Lions by 30 points as we turn for home. The Lions 13-10, 88. Richmond 9-4, 58. Back for the fourth and final. Very, very shortly, it's Sunday footy for ABC Sport.
Meet the builder of dreams.
It's a great honour to be leading Tasmania's new football club.
Sam Pang's brand new office comedy, Ground Up.
Time to make a little history.
Ground Up. Stream now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Neil's on the move. Out of the ruck was Hipwood. Gathered his own work. Was tackled. Got it out to Dunkley. Now Ashcroft, who's lifted. Dribble it from the boundary. That is one of the goals of the year. Will Ashcroft with the impossible. The stars are shining now for Brisbane in this third term. And Will Ashcroft makes the impossible look simple. Tunstall, who just throws the boot into it, kicks down the line to Hipwood. So pretty quiet day for Hipwood, but he's going to be given 50 metres here, and it's going to go against Trezise, I think it was, on return from the ACL injury. First game of the year. Game number 200 for Eric Hipwood. Welcome back to the big time. He slots it through. And every Brisbane Lion comes from every corner of Bellerive to get around their beloved teammate as Eric Hipwood helps the margins stretch.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Yes, Eric Hipwood kicked a major upon his return to AFL football following that partial ACL tear in his 200th game, and it was one of 7 that the Brisbane Lions kicked in that third term as the floodgates opened and kept Richmond to just the 3 majors, and at 3-quarter time they hold a 30-point advantage over the Tigers after leading by just 3 at half-time. They're 13-10, 88, the Lions. Richmond 9-4, 58. Zach Bailey has 2 goals, as does Logan Morris and Will Ashcroft, including that magical bit of work from the boundary during that third term. Some of the leading disposal winners for you as we turn for home. Will Ashcroft has 28 disposals to 3-quarter time. Darcy Wilmot has 21, and Lachie Neale got moving in that third term as well with 21 disposals. Tim Taranto, best of the Tigers, with 26. Tyler Sonsi has 17 in Vancouver. It's into the second half now in Australia's opening group clash in the World Cup against Turkey, and they lead 1-0 courtesy of Nesteri Irankunda in the 27th minute of the first half. So Australia hanging on in that World Cup opener in Vancouver. The Socceroos lead 1-0, which is fantastic news for all involved. Both teams in their huddles here at Bellerive as things are getting a little darker and a little colder here in Hobart. Nathan Burke, can Richmond do the impossible and mount an unlikely comeback in this fourth and final?
I'd like to say yes, but I highly doubt it. What we saw then was just the cream rising to the top. At half-time, clearances were 16-17. At three-quarter time, it's 23-33, so 7-16 in that quarter. And you could just tell Fagan has gone, boys, this is not working for us. We need a lift. And the guys who went in there, the bigger bodies went in there, Rayner went in there, you had Dunkley in there, Lockie Neal in there, and the Ashcroft boys pushed out, they went forward, and it was a bit of a stroke of genius. The bigger bodies won out in those centre clearances, and the craft and the guile of the Ashcroft boys up forward really put the icing on the cake from the work in the middle of the ground. Inside 50s are still 44-45. So they're getting the opportunities, the Tigers, and I like the work that they're doing. Even late in that quarter, they kept the ball inside forward 50, several bounces, several ball ups. So look, the Tigers are going great guns, but to overcome 30 points against the reigning champs is going to be a big ask.
They've got their work cut out from them, do the Tigers. They're temporary home away from home, but maybe they can make something work out of the first clearance of this fourth and final term. Sam Banks' high ball, though, chopped off by Darcy Wilmot at centre-half back for the Lions. He's got a man all alone inside the centre circle in Kyle Lohman, who's up the ground. He takes the mark and puts Brisbane inside 50, knocked away by Broad. Trezise bounces on the loose footy, back to Broad. He spies an opening across the ground, and Miller takes the mark with the one paw, gets things moving immediately to Brown, who marks at the left half back for Richmond on the outer side. And he goes forward again. He wanted Bolter on the lead, but getting in front was Ty Gallop and thumping it over onto the hill for a ball in centre wing outer side. So Brisbane, they kicked 7-3 in that third term. It was an avalanche, and it was the big guns that really got moving. Ashcroft and Neal and Logan Morris added to his tally as well. They find themselves 30 points up here in Hobart. From the stoppage, Neal comes away with it, shoots a handball to Fletcher, to Ashcroft, now back to Fletcher. A high, long ball is misguided. It's out, over and out on the full. It'll be a Richmond free kick. Kai Anand, who's shown some signs this afternoon for the Tigers as well. He'll take it at left half back for Richmond.
Anand, who's kicked it long and high down the line. Up they go. Draper with a couple of grabs. Hayes Brown knocked it away to Prestia, who got it to Cumming. Cumming goes inside 50. It's a good kick. And he spotted a man in plenty of territory there, and Sonsi has taken the mark about 40 metres out, slight angle. And Tyler Sonsi's proved himself to be a bit of a goal kicker this year. He's booted 4 so far this season, including one today.
It's great to see Cumming as a first-year player and a high draft pick for the Tigers show some real composure there. Could have blazed away, but he looked to his right and saw Sonsi in a great 35-40 metre kick to execute.
Sonsi, deliberate approach. I think he might have just pushed it away to the left. He has. And a behind to the Tigers. They need to make every post a winner if they're going to stay in touch here. And they move to 9-5-59 to 13-10-88.
Wilmot out of full-back. Disposal number 23 for him, and it's a shocker. He's put it straight down the throat of Tyler Sonsi, and he half thought about maybe going and making amends for his missed-set shot, but he's maybe a little far out. So he has the footy. He'll just pop it to the top of the square from about 55. In fact, he's going to go a little shorter instead and find Noah Bolter on the lead, rising above and marking in front of his eyeballs. So he spears one into Noah Bolter, and if the Tigers are any sniff, this one does need to go through.
It was a great play by Sonsi. He had a look up and he saw Draper and Harris Andrews on the top of the goal square. So if he had to put it there, I dare say it would have been coming back with interest. He just lowered his eyes, and Bolter gave him a good look on the lead, and nice shot on goal for Bolter coming up.
40 metres out, 45-degree angle. Noah Bolter skews off the right side of the boot. And it registers a behind, but it was an ugly sort of a kick, and he locked that one back with Noah Bolter. They bring it in from full-back to the Lions.
A couple of ugly opportunities today. Noah Bolter, one on the left, where he hit the belly of the ball, as they say. Gardner's got it on the outer side wing for Brisbane. A little short one finds Hipwood. So Eric Hipwood Wind up with that familiar left boot. Goes long to a contest. Broad got there first, dropped the mark. Then the little handball out. Another one from Dunkley to Will Ashcroft, little dummy. Here's Reville. Reville now kicks it long to the square, and he's just pushed it across the face for A behind. 29 points the margin now to Brisbane. 13-11-89 to 9-6-60.
Sam Banks with ball in hand. He played a lot of junior footy on this ground before being drafted a couple of years ago for the Clarence Footy Club. He's kicked it down the throw to Sam Draper on this occasion, though. He's got it 2 kicks from goal, just in front of the far wing. He just lays it up inside forward 50 for the Brisbane Lions. Hipwood was at the fall of the ball. Flying shot on goal. Eric Hipwood. Oh, that is something special upon his return. Something out of nothing for Electric Eric. He kicks his second. And Hipwood makes his mark in game number 200. They're out by 35 now, the Brisbane Lions. 14-11-95 to Richmond's 9-6-60. 5.5 gone. Fourth and final term. Sunday footy for ABC Sport. Nice finish, Matthew Knights.
Yeah, it was. It was great to see. Hipwood kicked up the ground. He got that ball across half back. Then he sort of injected himself, moved forward and got inside 50. And, I think the Lions would be absolutely stoked with his contribution today. Very slow start. Didn't have a lot of the ball in the first half, but his work rate is there, and he seems to be physically coping with the game quite well. He copped a really big one from Vlosten early. A great goal.
It was a very, very good snap. Here's Bolter out of the centre. Prestia needed to use a teammate in short. Short kicks it really, really high and wobbly on. Just judging it to perfection was Steely Green. We haven't seen much of Steely today. He's taken an uncontested mark in the end. It was a real sort of helicopter wobbler, and he was the only man who could actually judge it in flight, and he'll shoot from right on the paint of 50.
Another centre bounce, another shot at goal.
Steely Green, been a goal kicker this year. Equal highest goal scorer with Campbell on 12. Here he goes. Good looking kick. It's got the journey. It was a goal straight off the boot. Looked good all the way. And the Tigers get that one back to push it back to 29 points. And they get goal number 10, 10-6-66 to the Lions, 14-11-95. First goal of the afternoon to the number 48, Steely Green.
It seems to be that way. Neither whoever gets it out of the middle gets a shot on goal. Whether you kick a goal, it goes back to the middle. If you miss, well, then we get to play for a little bit and then back to the middle again. It's such an important part of the game. It's always been an important part of the game, but especially with the 666, that rule came in. It's made it even more important, and these guys shooting off the half-back line, kicking the ball inside 50 as well. If you can get some good users coming off there, reading it at the right time, getting the hand passes off the guys in the middle, just makes a huge difference.
Back to 29 and back in the middle. Ford tries to take it out, had it knocked away, then regathered. His little kick was chopped off by Campbell. Handball over the top now to Brown, who puts it out in front of Rechko on the far wing, waits for the bounce. It did its job dutifully, and then he strokes the ball up the line to Grill. He works around on his right boot. He's going to thump a long ball inside 50, getting back. Alga, will he be paid the mark? It looks like he will. Jasper Alga tracking back towards the boundary line in the left forward pocket for the Tigers. Takes the mark, and he'll kick for goal number 4. Tied up on the boundary line. In fact, he'll just be inside the boundary line. So very kickable this for Jasper Alga for 2 in a row for the Tigers. And to just bring it back to within striking distance, around the body he goes, and he converts. Jasper Alga. He has 4. And the Tigers, maybe with half a little sniff in their nostrils, they go to 11-6-72. Brisbane 14-11-95. This one's not over yet. 8.5 gone. Fourth and final term. Sunday footy from Bellerive for ABC Sport. Nathan Burke and Matthew Knights.
Just staying within that 4-goal margin, aren't they? Lions have got out to 6 or 7 goals a couple of times. Tigers have struck back. They're back to that sort of 23-point margin. So comes these CBs in the next sort of 5-6 minutes become really crucial. And, getting 4 goals from from Elga's pretty significant. The right foot in snap is quite a good shot that the AFL players like to take these days. So great finish.
It was a game-high 35 with the Hipwood goal. So out of the centre, who can get this? Because they're almost guaranteed a goal. Kick off the ground by Taranto. Will it be a Tigers goal? A real chaos ball. In goes Lafau with a tackle on Gallup. No free kick. One of the crowd are saying ball, ball, ball. And we always hear that. It'll be a ball up. 11.672 to 14.11.95. Brisbane lead. Fort knocks it down. Rioli, quick hands to Prestia. Little dummy. Then a handball back to Campbell, who gets another handball to Banks, who's slung on the tackle. Now they turn it over. Dunkley, now back to Ashcroft, who got it from Neil. Back to Dunkley, who wants to give it to Bailey, but he's dropped the footy. Umpire put the whistle away, or did he? No, paid the free kick. Banks with the tackle. The Tigers have got a second win here. They might have a little sniff here. They trail by 23. Banks takes forever and now decides to kick it to the pocket. Up they fly. No one can take the mark. Ball just over the back. Harris Andrews knocks it towards Fletcher. Fletcher's really tight on that boundary line, and it will be a ball in. 72 plays 95, and the Lions lead by 23 points.
Fawcett's done an amazing job keeping Harris Andrews out of those high balls. He's hardly taken an intercepted mark all day, hardly come over for that third man up. Done a wonderful job.
Ball in, Tigers attacking 50. Taken by Neil, he's taken by Grill. He's been injected into the midfield. In his fourth and final term, Sam Grill, little handball to Levi Ashcroft, who was really clever, didn't bother taking possession, just swung the boot at it and gained some territory. Is it over for a last touch free kick? I don't think so. A little fingernail on it. It's across the boundary line in front of the big scoreboard on the hill. And a ball in. So Richmond just enjoying a little bit of a patch here. Can they kick another and tighten the screws? On the stoppage, Seth Campbell, the Tasmanian, wheels around onto his right boot, sends Richmond inside 50, mark taken, and guess who? Jasper Alga. He'll go back and line up for number 5.
It's an algorithm. It's working.
That was a tough mark, that one. It was a big up and under kick. The ball had floated over his head. He was the only one in that pack who read it faster than the other 3 players and managed to snag it just coming out the back.
Well, big key forwards. Richmond and Tasmania go hand in hand. Have they unearthed another one here at Bellerive? Jasper Alga sends a high ball goalward. He just misses to the right-hand side. And a minor score only. 73, place 95. They're pressing here, the Tigers, at Bellerive.
A goal in each quarter for Jasper Alga. Couldn't get a 5th. The Lions take it to the wing. Mark taken by Gardner. Just muscled Taranto out of the way. In the handball. Back to Brain. Brain goes high. Oh, Lohman did it nicely. Away to McKenna. McKenna a bounce. Runs inside and kicks the goal. Conor McKenna did it beautifully for the Brisbane Lions. The number 26 gets his second goal of the afternoon. And Richmond, having all the play, could only manage a couple of behinds. And then Conor McKenna, just on the end of that, ran to 30 and booted a lovely running goal. The Lions 15-11-101 to the Tigers 11-7-73. Almost 13 minutes gone final term.
Yeah, with their class, Brisbane, a player like Jasper Fletcher tends to fly under the radar, but he set that whole thing up from full back. He kicked it out. He got it back again. He broke a line, and then Gardner was able to take a terrific contested mark on the wing. And then once they went inside 50, they're just their magic inside 50 with Lohman and Cameron and guys like that. And it a great goal for the Irishman.
Just as the Tigers sensed maybe a little opening, Brisbane make a move to attempt to slam the door shut, and this could be another moment here as Darcy Fort marks inside 50. A scrappy little kick out of the centre bounce, ball up. And Darcy Fort can go back and kick number 2. He'll do so from about 45 metres out on a slight angle. So Darcy Fort, this had really hurt the Tigers, who pushed really well. Just won't make the journey. There's a one-on-one unfolding inside the goal square, and there's going to be a free kick. No, it's not. I thought for a moment that Cam Rayner might have earned himself a holding free kick. Nathan Broad, he took the uncontested mark in the end. Short ball is good to Sam Banks, who's in the left back pocket for the Tigers. Sends the ball beyond defensive 50 toward the outer wing. Fist over the back from Harris Andrews, and over it goes for a ball in. We're at right half forward for the Lions. 101 plays 73. 28 points the margin of the contest. It was Rayner who just curled a little ball inside 50, and taking the mark was Logan Morris on his chest. So Morris has bobbed up here and there in spurts so far this afternoon. He's got the 2 goals so far to his name.
Such an embarrassment of levers to pull. Chris Fagan, he pushes Bailey and Rayner up to a stoppage as a forward. They take the extra around the stoppage, and they're able, with their class, get the ball forward. And just some terrific levers he's got to pull with some of those class guys that can play mid and forward.
Logan Morris crosses the paint of 50. Lets fly from 48 metres out. It's a very, very attractive kick indeed. And that is goal number 3 for Logan Morris. And maybe, just maybe, that shuts the door on any chance of a Richmond comeback. 16-11-107 go the Lions. Richmond 11-7-73. 15 and a half gone now. 4th and final term Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Andrew Cooling is downstairs.
Darcy Wilmot's just been getting looked at by the doctor and physio in the last couple of minutes after coming off a little bit sore, just pointing towards his hamstring. He seems to have waved off the doctor for now. He's getting the hamstring worked on by the physios, but was getting looked at for a few minutes there. So a slight concern for the Lions, but not being iced up, so I think he's going to be right to continue.
They can afford to put him on ice for the minute. Got this game comfortably in hand, you would think. Back in the centre, both ruckmen go at it. Draper follows up. Hayes Brown and Draper in the ruck position. Another ball up in the centre. They jostle. Sonsi couldn't run onto it, taken by Brain. Got a high wobbling ball in front, is Broad, and held his ground and took the mark in front of Rayner. Broad wants to switch it to the outer side. Good play being taken by Rechko. Rechko goes down the line looking for Lafau, got it on the bounce, then peeled it back to Sonsi. Sonsi about to get caught. Done. Cole. Ty Gallop. I tell you what, when Ty Gallop gets you, you stay got. Here's Bailey running past for the handball. Then the little chip looking for Berry. It might run out of ground. No, it doesn't. Taken by Rechko. Rechko just off a step. Got it to Sonsi. By foot. Now the handball over the top to Rioli. Now coming inside 50. Goes long. This could be a goal, is it? No. Which way will it bounce? They knock it through to Brisbane. Well, he got a bad bounce, did Cumming. It just bounced straight up on its end and went very high, and that just allowed the Brisbane defender to come in and kill it. 16-11-107, the Lions. The Tigers, 11-8-74.
Fletcher with the kick in, finds Gardner in the back pocket. He moves things forward to Tunstall. 74th minute in Vancouver. Australia still lead Turkey 1-0. A famous win that might turn out to be if they can hang on. Tunstall has it at right half back for the Lions. Lays the slipper in, kicks toward the near wing, settling himself underneath it. Was short, couldn't bring it down. Hopper, the fall of the ball, is wrapped up by 2 Lions. Fletcher and Lohman let him go and hand the ball back to the umpire. Big tackle laid here by Tim Taranto, as my live score informs me that Australia have gone up 2-0. That's some big news developing over in Vancouver as part of the World Cup. Ball trickles over and out for a last touch free kick, I think this will be.
A reverse demolition, Chris.
Send a big bus over to Canada. Park that big bus up there.
Answorth has it. That corner of the centre square. He's got Neil moving for him if he wants to go in that direction, but he goes a little further afield where There's a one-on-one featuring Darcy Ford. He couldn't reel it in. Reel was there. He's taken over the boundary line with ball in hand by Tunstall. And we'll have a ball in just in front of our broadcast position. Connor Metcalf has scored for Australia in the 75th minute to go with Nestri Erenkunda's opener in the 27th. So that is big news indeed from the World Cup. Flashing through was Hopper from the stoppage. Went through again, got a little kick. But it was only as far as Gardner. Didn't travel the required 15. He was all wrapped up by Campbell. Brought to ground. Another ball up, just forward of a wing. They go again. Hayes Brown on the tap down at ground level was Lockie Neal with the Superman-style handball. They try to just keep it in. Jasper Fletcher just lost the handle and over it goes. Another ball in right in front of the interchange benches.
Charlie Cameron just for 5 possessions and Kai Lohmann just for 4 possessions and only 1 goal between them. The Tigers' small defenders have done an outstanding job.
Just the 24 possessions for Lockie Neal too. So it hasn't been overly prolific for him. He's normally in as a 3 in front, doesn't he? Lohmann, right on cue again. Berkey got a handball away. Will Ashcroft to Neal, who gets it to Rayner. Rayner kicks out wide. Morris is on the lead and gets there. Not much you can do about that. The Rayner kick was absolutely perfect and Morris did not have to break stride and takes the mark 35 metres out from goal slight angle.
I was just going to mention Logan Morris as well. He's kicked the 3 goals, but he's only had 6 kicks. And so if you're thinking Ben Miller, keep the big fella to 6 kicks, you've probably done well, but potentially he could become the equal leading goal scorer on the ground. And that's the talent of the young man these days. We said at the start, doesn't need a lot of opportunities.
For goal number 36 on the season, Logan Morris. He's given the goal umpire a bit of work to do. And he's sprayed it across the face, a behind. And what's he booted now? Logan Morris, 3 goals, 2 by my reckoning.
In from fullback, Jaden Short, and he kicked it directly into the path of that man, Logan Morris. Couldn't control the mark, but he handed possession back to his Brisbane Lions teammates. Connor McKenna tight on the boundary across the face. It stays in. No, it doesn't. Richko tried to scoot away and continue play up the boundary on the near side, but the umpire is going to bring this back. Connor McKenna's been lively around goal this afternoon.
2 goals, 3 for him.
So Sam Banks out of fullback. Gets plenty of distance on the kick. Uses defensive 50. Big fist come over the top from Andrews. Short was there. Tunstall gathered the handball off to Ashcroft. Look away handball only as far as Sonzi. His look away handball only as far as Ashcroft. Then Morris. Then Ashcroft. Juggled it to himself. Took on a pair of Tigers. Stripped of the footy holding the ball. Just tried to do a little too much, did Will Ashcroft, who's been pretty good this afternoon, it has to be said, but a bit off more than he could chew on that occasion. Free kick, Richmond, deep in defence.
Sometimes has it on a string, but couldn't get away with it there. The kick to half-back, taken by Dunkley. Kick was smothered. Prestia working hard, low to the ground. He's already very close to the ground himself. Chop him, Dion Prestia. And a ball up. He's had a pretty good game, Prestia, been thereabouts through the mid.
He's up to 24 disposals, 9 kicks, 15 handballs.
Oh, that could be a free kick to Hopper, front on Dunkley. So Hopper gets the free kick. Josh Dunkley just couldn't stop himself there. And nothing untoward in that as Hopper runs away. It's down the wing. Lafau just flew really early and Harris Andrews just sat at the back and fed it into the middle of the ground to Lockie Neal, and the lead-up man is Lohmann. Lohmann starting to get busy late. Then his kick is pinpoint, or almost pinpoint to Dunkley. Miller did well, then got it back, and then pulled the kick out wide, looking for Alga, who's a long way from goal, and he kicks to the bootlaces of his teammate, who couldn't quite take the mark. It might have been Brown. Here's a little short kick by Tunstall, finds Rayner right on the paint of 50, and Cam Rayner, who's got a kick on him like a mule, will probably get the journey here. Cam Rayner, they lead by 36 points to the Lions.
Just a 10 possessions for Cam Rayner, 5 kicks, 5 handballs. Hasn't hit the scoreboard yet.
There he goes. He winds up. He's not going to make the distance. Goes right to the top of the square. Draper almost took the chest mark. Ball's in the square and kicked through for a goal by Lohmann. Lohmann just saw an opening and snuck it through. He hasn't done too much today, Kai Lohmann. Only a behind by my reckoning, but he's now got a goal, 22nd goal for the season. And the Lions have this one well in hand. 17-13, 115. The Tigers, 11-8, 74.
Yeah, it's been a really solid second half by Brisbane. They've kicked 11 goals in this second half, and they're basically running on 30 shots from 50 entries is still 55 entries, still pretty efficient. So they'd be really pleased with their second half of football, and the Tigers took it right up from. I think Prestia, Taranto and Hopper have really battled really hard in there, and it's probably just the extras of Ashcroft and Rayner and Bailey that have been able to come up and support that midfield, that they've just been done over with weight of numbers more than anything.
Back in the middle we go. Go in after it. Ashcroft lays a tackle on Taranto, who, as you say, has battled willfully this afternoon for the Tigers. 115 plays 74. Out of the congestion, Lachie Neale, who really got going in this second half. His kick's chopped off by Tom Brown, just inside the defensive 50 for Richmond. He sees something he likes way out wide. It's a foul on a long lead, knocked away from him. Over for a ball in. Ty Gallup doing the defensive work. So 41 points the margin here. Richmond got within striking distance earlier in this fourth term, but it's been all one-way traffic since then. It's Neale again, another disposal. Feeds it out of the congestion to Fletcher. Tries to evade the Noah Bolter tackle. Somehow got his pinky toe to the footy as he dropped it cold. Now Jacob Hopper goes in after it. Shovels up a handball. Green. Now Grill. Into the pocket he goes. Fawcett was the target. Might be... no, there's a ball in coming. It's been pretty impressive so far this afternoon. Kicked a couple of majors. Looked good early, but fairly well held since, it has to be said. So deep into this fourth and final term, umpire hurls it in. Draper gets front spot. Grill tried to go off the ground. Got a little toe poke, only as far as Bailey, who weaved his way through some traffic. Reveal, and now back to Bailey, who carved the par. Kick was chopped off, though, by Prestia. Some late hope here for the Tigers, maybe, as Cumming gets on the end of the Steely Green handball and slots it from in close. So a late consolation for Sam Cumming, the pick number 7 from South Australia. And he gets on the scoreboard for his 5th of the season. And Richmond at their 12th. 17-13, 115 Brisbane to Richmond's 12-8, 80, 27 minutes gone, 4th and final term. Sunday footy for ABC Sport.
Certainly haven't packed it in, the Tigers. I've been really impressed with their young players like Cumming, just still pushing through then, and it's 35 points at the moment, but if I'm Adam Uze, I'm saying, you know what, this is a good effort. I'm going to take this from this team against the reigning champions, considering the cattle that we've got out there, the experience that we've got out there. If I'm a Tigers supporter looking for growth, this is a good game.
35 points the margin. Taranto out of the centre, kicks it inside 50. Harris Andrews couldn't take the mark. Wilmot's back on the ground. Answorth, he's going to have to use Wilmot again. He does. It's right in the teeth of goal. Wilmot's little spot-up kick finds Gallup about 15 metres from his defensive goal. Then the little short kick finds Harris Andrews, who laconically gets it to Bailey, and so that little bit of junk time will just run the clock down a bit here. Gardner goes out wide to Answorth, who chips to Will Ashcroft, so they're still inside their defensive 50. There's been about half a dozen possessions, and now Dunkley's got it at half back and then just kicks it just the 15 to Wilmot, and then Wilmot says, we'll haul it back over this side of the ground to Gardner. And Gardner's got Tunstall on the wing, and then running for him is Rayner, who almost slipped over, looked at the ground and said, what was that? But Rayner's got it on the wing, slows it down a bit now. Lohmann's on a lead, but He's not going there, so he just decides to hoist it high. Logan Morris has pulled up just behind the back play there. He's just about to launch into a big leap, and he pulled up a little short. The ball got thumped to the line for a boundary throw-in.
Yeah, just looking a little ginger as he walks back towards the top of the square. Logan Morris, we hope he's all right. Umpire flings it in right in front of the broadcast position. Draper just with all arms and legs tries to thump it forward off the deck. Doesn't go very far. In fact, it goes backwards. Jasper Fletcher has to go and track it. His handball is broken up and knocked over by Noah Bolter. A ball in just forward of a wing. Brisbane attacking side. Dying embers of this one. Just over a minute remaining. And fought this out pretty well, the Tigers, but it'll be Brisbane to flex its muscle as Zach Bailey's just taken over the boundary line rather crudely. Umpire says nothing doing, and we'll ball it in again.
Nearly quarter time at Docklands. Saints playing GWS. Saints winning 4-3-27 to Giants 4-1-25.
Blow the siren, said Berkey.
Yep. Snap a goalpost. Do something.
Out of the ruck contest, Lachie Neale is mobbed by two Tigers. Tim Taranto and his sidekick, Jacob Hopper.
The start hasn't been the Saints' problem. It's been the end.
It was heartbreak, wasn't it, against the Swans? Hopper lays the tackle, going nowhere. So up it goes again. Draper wins the tap, flashing through Hopper. Got a handball out to Prestia, slapped it on the boot, out towards the boundary. It'll pitch just inside, and Lafau couldn't get a fingertip on it, so it'll be a lasso free kick going the way of the Brisbane Lions. Ty Gullop has the footy at half-back.
Little short into Fletcher, who just pushes it back 30 metres to find Answorth. Answorth kicks across the face to the unattended player in Harris Andrews, who waits for the seas to part and then gives it to Darcy Gardner, who's still in the back pocket. He goes in short and finds Will Ashcroft. Ashcroft looking for another little short down there. Goes back another 15 metres and finds Gardner. So the clock at 31 minutes and 23 seconds. They're waiting for that loud noise to emanate from the timekeeper's box. Up goes the kick from Gardner. Broad got there, nearly took the mark. Game's gone into slow motion. Here's Rayner. Goes to Bailey, and there's the siren. It's all over at Bellreeve Oval, and a win to the Brisbane Lions. The reigning premiers get it done. 17 goals, 13, 115 to the Tigers, 12-8-80.
The Tassie Tigers certainly showed some fight at times here at Bellreeve, but it was Brisbane winning the battle of the big cats. 35-point winners in Hobart. 17-13, 115 to Richmond's 12-8-80. It was all downhill after half-time for the Richmond Tigers. They added just the 6 goals. Richmond piled on 11 to set up the 35-point victory. It was Logan Morris adding another 3 to his tally. Will Ashcroft kicked 2. Connor McKenna kicked 2. Zach Bailey kicked 2. And Eric Hipwood kicked 2 goals upon return from a partial ACL tear that kept him out of footy since late last year. Singles to Kyle Oman, Josh Dunkley, Lachie Neale, Charlie Cameron, Darcy Fort and Bruce Reville for Brisbane. Well, for Richmond, it was Jasper Alger booting 4 goals to go with his 3 last time out against the Sydney Swans. He had an opportunity for a 5th, but was unable to convert. Liam Fawcett kicked 2 early goals, singles to Steely Green, Tyler Sonsi, James Trezise, Sam Cumming, and 2 goals to Tim Taranto, who was the Tigers' best. So their temporary home away from home, they challenged the Tigers, but they couldn't quite stay with the reigning champions. They go down by 35 points and go to 2-11 on the season. Brisbane go to 8-6. Berkey, your initial thoughts following the final siren?
I think Brisbane did what they needed to do. They were a little bit scrappy in that first half and just sort of matched the Tigers, but when they put their foot down, they really put their foot down and got themselves out to that 30-point lead. The Tigers, to their credit, didn't give up, hung in there, kicked some goals late, which is good, because potentially the Lions have the talent to really blow this out, and even in half make it a 40-50 point win. So I think it's a great effort by the Tigers, but Brisbane, if they get through this and they get on the plane with no injuries, I think their midfield, they're always going to get a stack of the football. Their forwards are always going to be dangerous. The defenders are really, really good. I think Darcy Wilmot was a real good find for them down there. The way that he played, taken over that really attacking, running halfback flanker that all good teams tend to have. So I think job done by both teams.
Nida, how did you see things? Your beloved Tigers, they fought it out reasonably well in patches, but it just seemed like they just didn't quite have the level of class and star power that Brisbane were able to turn to, particularly early in that third term where it was Neil and Ashcroft and these guys that put the foot on the pedal.
Yeah, come here today, hoping the Tigers could cause an upset, and but with much respect for the Brisbane Lions and the way they've played over the last few seasons. I thought probably the 2 most comprehensive players on the ground, like Will Ashcroft's had 38 disposals, 2 goals, 3, 500 metres gained. Zach Baylor's 24 touches, and as we're just seeing, Harris Andrews being, saluted off the ground. What a champion he's been for this footy club, and the applause he's getting is duly deserved. Interesting in their front half, McKenna kicked 2-3 today, looked lively. What do they do when Oscar Allen's available? Do they bring Oscar Allen back into this forward mix and play him with Hipwood and Logan Morris? Or do they just go with the 2 bigs and play 3 in the front half, 3-4 small? So, or does that bring the second ruckman into question? Do you play Hipwood and Oscar Allen as a second ruck and leave Ford out and go with Draper? So I guess a few questions to be asked as Brisbane, have a real crack at the second half of the year.
Still got some soldiers to come back as well to the Brisbane Lions, Dane Zorko and Killian Coleman, so they can bolster things up at the front end of the ground, and they do equally so down at the bottom end as well, or the back end I should say, with Zorko and Coleman and Ryan Lester as well, who's still out too, and he's maybe the best of the 3 when it comes to how they set up structurally. So still plenty of big names and important names to come back for Brisbane. An embarrassment of Richmond, of riches for the Brisbane Lions, while at the other end, decimated by injury, the Richmond Tigers, but they fought it out well without some of their stars, namely Sam Lawler and Tom Lynch and a few others as well. As the players enter the room, we get ready for the song. We might go downstairs to Andrew Cooling, who's in place as the Brisbane Lions prepare to build it out.
Yeah, they're just getting ready to launch into it now, just waiting for Charlie Cameron into the circle, and they're about to let her rip.
There it is, live from the Brisbane rooms. Andrew Cooling will hunt out an interview or 2 for us in the next 10 or 15 minutes as we dissect in the post-game. 35-point winners this afternoon, the Brisbane Lions, over a Richmond team that showed fight in their temporary home away from home here in Hobart. But it was an avalanche in that second half, it has to be said. They booted 11 goals to Richmond's 6 to run out 35-point winners. It was only 3 points the margin at half-time. And Brisbane were able to run away with things. You mentioned the game of Will Ashcroft. He had the 38 disposals, the 4 tackles, 2 goals, 3, 8 clearances, 480 metres gained. He was clearly the best on ground this afternoon. He cut the Richmond midfield to ribbons. Darcy Wilmot had the 26 disposals, 9 marks, 3 tackles, 423 metres gained. And then Tim Taranto had the 29 disposals, 2 goals, 1 for the Tigers to go with 5 tackles, while Jasper Alger had 4 majors for Richmond as well. What did you make of young Alger's game, Berkey? It looks like they may have found one with him. He booted the 3 goals last game, I should say, against the Swans, and he adds another 4 to his tally this afternoon. We might leave that discussion for a few moments' time. Andrew Cooling is downstairs and he's joined by Connor McKenna. Down to you, Drewy.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Connor, you must be happy in particular with the way that second half turned out. You were challenged in the first half, but a really strong performance there from the team.
Yeah, to be fair to Richmond, the first half the pressure was great. We probably allowed it just by hand passing too much, so second half just talked about kicking the ball, getting them more forward and putting the pressure on ourselves, so second half was more us.
And your own game, one of your better games for the year, I think a couple of goals, 18 touches. You must be happy with that performance?
Yeah, just need to learn how to kick straight. I probably should have kicked 2 or 3 more, so hopefully I can keep improving on that.
You've played in a few positions in your time. How are you finding life in the forward line? Are you enjoying it up there?
Yeah, probably naturally more a forward. I always played as a forward in Gaelic football, and it's probably where I always wanted to play, but just being an Irish player, the standard place to play is as a half-back, but loving playing as a forward.
And what do you think the keys were to turning things around in the second half? You really came out and started dominating out of the middle, it seemed like.
I think just not over hand passing it. I think when we just get the ball forward, we've good enough forwards to bring the ball around and put scores in the scoreboard. So that was really the main issue, just not mess about with it. Just if I have the hands on the ball, let's get it forward.
We'll throw upstairs now, boys. What questions have you got for Connor?
G'day, Connor. Nathan Burke here, mate. Congratulations
Thank you very much.
Today. I think you're right in where we tend to pigeonhole Irish players, because there hasn't been a lot who have sort of made that forward line their own, and it's across that half-back line. Why do you think that is that we tend to do that?
I think just it's probably easier to learn the game at the start, as sort of seeing the play going forward rather than sort of coming at the ball, and sort of worst case scenario you can just sort of lock down as a forward or as a defender and kick your man out of the game, but it's just a natural regression for some reason. That's where everyone gets put, but I've sort of always, even at Eston, sort of pushed to be a forward and just kept getting pushed to half-back, so I'm sort of happy to get a year or two now playing as a forward and sort of reaping the rewards now. Did you have to push to get forward at Brisbane? It took a while. I played a bit last year there and sort of was getting pushed forward and back and a bit of a mixture, but got my opportunity this year and I've sort of trying to take it as best I can and put my hand up. Yeah, you've got a couple of great role models in Charlie Cameron and Loman. Didn't have great days today, those two. Didn't hit the scoreboard a lot, get a lot of the footy, but the fact that you can bob up and still have 18 touches and kick 2 goals, 3 just shows how dangerous as a whole that forward line is. Yeah, I think that's the key. We don't really rely on anyone. If Moz isn't good today, Eric kicks a few, and then same as Charlie doesn't kick a few, I can kick a few, and if I have a quiet day, there's no weight on everyone's shoulders. It's sort of spread around, which I suppose as a opposition is very hard to defend.
Yeah, Connor, Matthew Knight's up here. Just with your forward line mix, it was obviously a great tonic for the club to have Eric Hipwood back today after Oscar Allen joining the crew early in the year. It's going to be a really dangerous forward line if you can get them all back going together. Yeah, it'll be hard to get a position, so I'll take them when it can come. But yes, Eric back in the first game for 9 months, and you just don't know what Eric's going to give you. He'll come over the top of you or come through you, so he's just a great player. And same as Oscar Allen, when he comes back, he's going to add another string to the bow. So it's going to be a tough team to get a position in, but as long as we keep putting our hands up, we'll do well. Yeah, and I think that's obviously with the balance of Fort and Draper up there as well. It's certainly going to be hard for defences to deal with. And you mentioned earlier on that obviously you do play a kick mark style at times and control the game, and are a team that can be 100, 120 marks a game. And
I think over the last couple of years you've added that sort of handball flow. It's just getting the right balance, isn't it?
100%. I think, as you see in the first half, we're sort of hand passing backwards and bringing the pressure on. So we just talked about getting hands in the footy and just kick it forward, even if it's just a contest where, as forward lines, we sort of back ourselves not to get out marked. So if we can just get the ball going forward, bring it to ground and get a forward half game, really.
Yeah, and just the last one for me, Darcy Wilmot, with obviously, you know, what he does in the air and the metres gained he gathers, he's just seems like he's a more complete player every game he plays. What's your assessment there?
Yeah, he's just freakish. Like, he goes for marks you don't think he should mark, and he's so quick, he's good, he's so clean. Like, he just really does have every attribute. Like, and he's just a crazy player to play on because he can do it in the ground and the air. So, as you say, he's growing strength to strength there, and it's only going to continue. I think he's only 21 or 22, so in 3 or 4 years, I can't wait to see how good he is.
Yeah, well, congrats on your game, mate. You did a great job.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, man.
Conor McKenna, thanks so much for joining us on ABC Sport. Congratulations on the win. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you. Cheers, man.
Conor McKenna there, who has drifted forward in recent weeks for the Brisbane Lions, and he hit the scoreboard on multiple occasions today. Kicked 2 goals, 1, and as he said, he probably should have had a couple more, was able to get into some good positions. Is that something we should see more of in the future, the Irish guys maybe playing a little bit more forward of the ball and using their craft in that way?
Yeah, we should. What we tend to think is you go to learn the game, the ball comes at you and you send it back from where it came, and that's easier than being a forward where you've got to get the ball and you've got to turn around and know what's behind you and kick a goal. So that's that harder part of the game to learn as a forward. But as he said, he's got natural forward instincts. He knows how to turn, and he wants to turn. He wants to know what's behind him and kick goals as well. So it probably goes to, what do we recruit? Do we recruit Irish guys who are forwards with that natural ability to want to kick a goal and want to put himself out there and take the opportunity to kick a goal or miss a goal? That's a mindset. That's a personality almost. But I like the fact that, you know, at least Brisbane are sort of defying the tradition of just going, mate, you're a halfback flanker and use your run and dash, and away you go.
And there's almost some necessity in it as well, maybe on his behalf as well, given the back six is so stacked with Wilmot and Lester to come back in and Zorko to come back in and Coleman to come back in and Gardner and Harris Andrews, and they want for nothing down there. So maybe if you want to get a game in this team, you've got to add another string to your bow, be able to go forward and kick some goals.
The other thing about the Irish players is when they play Gaelic, there's no tackling. So you get the ball and you run straight towards your goal. And one of the attributes that they bring is when they get the ball off the half-back line, they break lines because they run with it automatically. And we see this a lot with the AFLW girls. They get the ball and the Irish girls get it and run, where our girls pick up the footy and they expect to get tackled and they try and dish off or handball a kick, whereas the Irish girls are something different because they think instinctively, I've got the ball, I need to run with it. And it just adds a different dynamic to our game, and it's a fascinating dynamic that really adds to our game.
Yeah, it certainly does, and we love it when we see the Irish guys out there and play with the freedom and the flair that they bring to the game. It's I
was expecting a joke though. Should I have been? It sounded like I was talking to Jamoan there for a while. I was expecting.
And we love the accents, don't we, that have been injected into the game over the years from the Irish guys. It's just such a breath of fresh air, I suppose, to hear an accent from that part of the world on the airwaves. And in the post game and all around the game when you talk to the Irish guys. Not that it's anything really new, of course, but it's still a novelty. If you're listening right here in Tassie, Victoria, South Australia, WA, the NT are on the stream. We're going to send you off to St Kilda and the Giants. That's happening under the roof at Docklands. If you're listening on Brisbane News Radio, you're with us all the way through until 4:30 as we continue the post game dissection.